for human health, creating a greater risk of death from antibiotic resistance, which is already killing millions of people. The manure from the animals damages the soil, runs off into the rivers, polluting our water, and affects human health. When it makes it into the sea, it forms dead zones, killing further plant and aquatic life. The parts of the ocean not affected are frequently overfished, resulting in millions of additional sea life killed accidentally as bycatch, while simultaneously damaging the ocean floor and releasing even more greenhouse gas emissions. While all that's going on, billions of land animals around the world are sent to slaughter, in units hidden away from the public's view, in countries where not a single one has been awarded an A rating for its farming practices. These animals are killed in ways that are deemed humane by governments. The meat is then sold to the public, of which a huge percentage has been proven to be infected with different bacteria, increasing the risk of foodborne illness. When it finally reaches our plate, and in a world where 1 in 4 people now die from a poor diet, we get to eat a number of foods that are classified as type 1 or 2 carcinogens. And even the foods that aren't are proven to have a far higher environmental impact than their plant-based alternatives, thus contributing enormously to the destruction of a planet we and our loved ones call home. What the actual fuck? It's Sophia's turn to deadlift. On her third attempt, she's going for a lift that will not only give her the title if she gets it, but she'll also smash her own British deadlift record in the process with an enormous lift of 237.5 kilograms.
If she gets this will be the biggest deadlift in British powerlifting history for a woman, okay? So, no big thing, no big stakes, but this is where it goes down. 237.5 kilos on the bar for Sophia Elliott.
Years old, he has done 50k today. A press up at the age of 84. Sophia
Hey. Well done, mate. Well done. It's a pleasure doing that with you.
Yeah. Hello.
Great
Yeah, Jan. Hello.
Hello?
Hey Mum, it's Tom again. I just wanted to call and say thank you. Thank you for everything.
Well, this is up to us. Whether we turn it around or not is up to us. It's up to our commitment, it's up to the numbers we can mobilise, it's up to whether we can make sure our voices become louder than the lobbyists for the old legacy industries, and whether we can promote and press for the new industries, the new change, the new ways of producing food which are essential to protecting the living world.
Sir, can we turn this around?
We can turn this around.
Dr. Rao, can you start the rebroadcast?
Yes, I'm recording again. I think Mac started the streaming service also. Yeah, it's streaming. Good evening, James.
Good evening, Silish. How are you?
Very good. How are you?
I'm very well, thank you. Yes, thank you for having me.
So, how is it going with the distribution of the movie?
It's been a really exciting, busy, hectic past few months. It's been going really well, really well. We were thrilled with, I think, particularly the response from non-vegan publications when it was released in the UK. So it had a theatrical release in the UK. So to be able to play it in the Odeon and the Light Cinemas, etc., around the UK was really big for us, because it meant that we could, it was reviewed in the likes of Total Film, and it got really good reviews in The Guardian, in Time Out, etc. So the fact that non-vegan publications seem to really warm to it and really appreciate what we've done was really nice, because we always knew that it's one thing for like Vegan Food and Living, just as an example, to be positive about the film. We would kind of expect the vegan publications to champion the film, but the fact that so many non-vegans and so many vegetarians, omnivores, etc., and then non-vegan publications champion the film was really nice and really positive.
Yeah. So, people are talking about the ending. Super inspiring, yeah. Super inspiring ending, especially calling your mom at the end.
Yeah,
and saying thank you.
we get asked quite a lot if that really is our mum. It is genuinely our mum. Tom and I genuinely have never eaten meat. We were raised vegetarian initially, and then went vegan. My parents went vegetarian just before she was pregnant with me. So that would have been 1984. I was born in 1985. So yeah, it seemed a nice way to come at the story. And I kind of the bit before that, the ending with the photos on the table, I knew before we even started shooting the documentary that it was kind of going to build to that point. I knew that this was all linked. So the environmental crisis, the way we treat the animals that we share this planet with, the health side, I think everything was kind of interlinked to there. So I kind of was just piecing all of that together, and it was how it could kind of build to this kind of crescendo. But that seemed, as powerful as that is, it seemed quite downbeat. So I think it was important to then finish with the athletes and then finish with the thanking of our
right. Yeah, very well done. That's part of the directions that you do, right?
Yeah.
Right. So is Tom at the vegan camp out?
So Tom's at vegan camp out. Yeah, we've split roles today, which has been we've done this quite a lot actually through the tour, doing different Q&As together. So Tom's there's a screening of the film at vegan camp out, and he's doing a Q&A with 3 of the doctors from the film. So Alan Desmond, Alice Bruff, and Manil Patel I'll be doing a Q&A with Tom at that. So we're really excited about that. Yeah, Tom has said he will absolutely be available for the next the vegan cop event if you want him and you want to talk about the film, if you want to do anything, he absolutely would love to attend.
Okay. Yeah. The next one, we are planning to do a hybrid of in person and online. So,
oh, amazing.
So if Tom wants to come to Arizona, we can do that too.
He wouldn't say no to that, I'm sure.
Yeah. So any questions from the audience? How long did it take you to do this? When did you come up with the idea, and how long did it take to execute on it?
So it was 4 years. The initial, Tom had the initial idea. He wanted to do something in this space. So we'd been working in the film industry. Tom's a director and an editor by trade, and I'm a screenwriter and a producer. So it works. We complement each other quite well in terms of, certainly in documentary filmmaking. Tom wanted to do something in this space, really passionate about doing something within the activism space, but he didn't know what that was. So he approached me, kind of gave me a few ideas, and I said I agree. I'd love to do something in this space as well, but I didn't want to do something that had already been done. So we've had some really, really powerful documentaries. We've had things like Cowspiracy, What the Health, Game Changers, and then some of the animal rights kind of documentaries as well, like Earthlings, Dominion, etc. So I didn't want to kind of retread what they'd already done. So I didn't want to do just an environmental one or a health one, because I think we've already had excellent documentaries that are focused in that area. And rather than focusing on a documentary that kind of tells people why they should go vegan or why they should go plant-based, I wanted to look at the reasons that we'd heard all throughout our childhood and our adult life as why people won't go vegan. Because obviously, never eating meat ourselves, we've heard everything over the years, as you can imagine. So I thought to kind of flip it and do the reverse of it. And then the result is still the same. You are kind of, at the end, the kind of the message is why people should, transition to a vegan diet. But I just thought it was a nice twist on it. Initially, we looked at maybe just exploring the 5 or 6 biggest reasons that people say why they wouldn't go vegan. But a few weeks into it, I thought that was no fun. And I thought, let's really challenge ourselves and let's do as many reasons as we can think of, which is probably why it took 4 years, because then, a couple of years into the journey, it was like, this is ridiculously huge now. So, and everybody we spoke to was like, you should speak to this person. And then there was somebody else to speak to. And then the editing process, because we had so much content. And there are reasons that didn't make the final cut, because it was so difficult to get it down to, approximately 90 minutes. But yeah, so it was 4 years in the making. And then, that was how it came to fruition.
So would you make all the other reasons available online?
Yeah, that's the plan. Once the film's available, it is to just to release them on social media, on YouTube, just for people to see, because there are still some some good reasons. So some of the reasons that were coming up, you might think were a little daft. I mean, we had a 2-minute animated sequence for Plants Field Bane 2, which has always seemed a daft reason to me, but we still hear it quite a lot. So we actually did have a 2-minute sequence animated for that, but it just didn't make the final cut.
So Lisa is asking, what is the general receptivity in non-vegans to this movie? Is your perception that people are actually catching on to going vegan as a response to what's happening around us?
In the cinemas, when we were doing, certainly at the screenings that we were at, because we were doing Q&A, we did a Q&A tour around quite a lot of the cinemas in the UK, and we always asked, by a show of hands, how many people are vegan, how many people are vegetarian, how many people are omnivore. And there was, it varied from city to city, but there was always a good chunk. I mean, in Sheffield, it was about 50-50, I remember.
Wow.
There was about 50% of the cinema, and it was full as well, were non-vegan. So that was really nice to see. And we did have quite a few non-vegans come up to us afterwards, to thank us and say it's given them lots to think about. Some said they were going to, they were going to go vegan overnight, that kind of thing. I mean, whether they do, who knows? But I think the fact that it's got people talking, it's got, it makes people think. And even if it's the case that they end up reducing massively, but we obviously want people to go vegan, but I do recognize that everybody is at a different stage of this journey. I know one of the people that we've worked with since finishing the film, she's now vegan 6 days of the week, and I've just watched her process that she's been working with us the last 9 months on the film, and I've seen her just closer and closer to being fully vegan, and now there's only one day on a weekend where she isn't vegan, and you can see the difference that the film can make, and that's just from working on the film, from seeing the film. So it's just, how do we get non-vegans to watch vegan documentaries? That's always been the challenge, hasn't it?
Right. I mean, in that sense, this documentary is the reason I thought it was a great idea, is that it intrigues non-vegans, and people want to know. Oh, yeah, I know, I could never go vegan either, and I want to watch it.
It's funny with the title, because when I came up with the title shortly after Tom had spoken to me about it, but it's quite a provocative title, and I don't think it was necessarily obvious to everyone when they heard about the title whether it was a pro or anti-vegan documentary. So I'd get quite a lot of people, when they'd hear the title of the film, say to me, "Oh, I could never go vegan either," and then they'd start to tell me why, not realizing that it was a vegan documentary. But that was fun, because it meant that we then got to have a conversation
right
about it. That was fun.
So this is why I think this documentary is a great resource for vegan outreach. So Ray, do you want to ask the question?
Yeah, absolutely. That was a great segue, because my wife and I run an organization called Veganabler Collective. So we enable people that are ready to go vegan. So this is maybe a backstop for documentaries like this, and it's exciting as a resource. I hope that you'll have more resources available. I love that you footnoted right on the screen.
Mm-hmm.
They're a little bit tiny and hard to read, but the message is there. It's not distracting from the interview. There is a footnote for any time that there's facts on the screen, which is an interesting approach to documentary. I like that.
And they're all available on the website as well. So we did recognize that it was going to be now and impossible for people to read them when they were on the screen and they were watching the film anyway. But I think just to give it that authenticity and that kind of seal of approval from a kind of scientific background, it was important to have that there. But the citations are all available on the film's website for people to go and have a look afterwards. And we've had some universities in the UK, we've had some kind of academics come to watch the film that have now taken the kind of citation list to put with their on their university website, so which is really nice.
Our concept is that we're not vegan outreach, we're assuming the vegan transformation. And we want to support that with lots of facts, but we're not going to people and saying, you should go vegan. I'm looking for the people who already want to go vegan or recognize that this is the direction that we're going. And we just see this tidal wave of popularity of veganism. And the Veganabler Collective is anybody who wants to help facilitate. They want to help the people that have already made that commitment. Because we see that there's going to be a tidal wave of people that want to know how to do vegan. So I think this is a way that we could be involved, like I said, backstop the people who are convinced by your documentary. I mean, it will be.
Amazing.
Thanks.
Yeah, that's amazing what you're doing as well. And I agree. I think it's only going to grow. I genuinely believe that. And I'm sure everybody, participating in today would kind of echo that as well. I think it's on an upwards trajectory. Absolutely.
So when will it be available online for people to use as a resource like this?
So we will be announcing that very shortly. It will be available in the UK, the US, and Canada this year, though. I can guarantee that it'll be available in the UK a month before, and then the following month. I'm hesitant to give the specific date just in case anything falls through, but it will be within the next 3 months for the UK. Okay. And a month after for the US and Canada. And we might be able to sneak Australia and New Zealand into the back end of the year as well. But if not, that'll be in the first quarter of next year. And France, Poland, the Netherlands, and Germany are the 4 European countries that we're quite close to as well.
Mhm.
I mean, ultimately, we want it released everywhere. It's just challenging climate with in the documentary space at the moment. But yeah, the UK, the US, and Canada are done and will be announcing very shortly.
Wonderful. Good. So my mother was wanting to know if the documentary could be played much slower next time. So it's apparently the English accent is not so easy to grasp for her. So once it's available online, you can play it at slower rate.
Yeah. It's funny because obviously, and you can probably tell from my accent as well, me and Tom are brothers, and we're from Yorkshire, which is the north of England, for maybe some people from England here today, but you'll know it's quite a strong regional dialect. We've had a lot of positive comments about that, because it's nice to see a regional UK accent versus probably the more traditional Californian accent, or like the kind of, a lot of these documentaries are American based typically. But I do recognise that if you're not from the north of England, you might lose. The way we say vowels is a little bit different, and you might. I was forever saying to Tom, you need to say that again. You need to articulate and enunciate better.
Right.
I'm not going to be able to understand you.
Yeah.
So yeah, I do appreciate that. And obviously, when it's available online, there'll be subtitled versions as well, and potentially alternative language versions as well. Looking at Spanish potentially at the moment, but yeah, there'll certainly be subtitled and closed caption versions available.
Okay. One question is about the funding. How much funding did it take, and how did you go about securing it?
So we did it we had a few really generous, incredible people that believed in the project, and it wouldn't have got over the line without those individuals. You'll see some of them were listed in the executive producers. And we did it we put together a really small proof of concept, which is quite common for documentaries, just to kind of showcase our vision, the kind of ideological kind of standpoint of the documentary, if you like. And from that, somebody saw what we were trying to do, backed the project, and that allowed us to go away for a year and shoot a huge chunk of the footage. It was during COVID, so, and because Tom is a director, has all his own kit, he's an editor, I'm like I said before, I tend to produce. It was just us two on the road, so it was a real skeleton crew, because it was just us two, I would say, for 90% of the footage. I think there was maybe on the food testing day we had a second camera op and a sound team, but we're quite self-sufficient from a documentary standpoint, because we've been working in the industry for so long now that we can kind of do multiple roles. And because of COVID anyway, it just made it easier. You were kind of in your unclosed bubbles back in 2020 and 2021 anyway. So we shot it, all in all, we made it for probably a lot cheaper than most people expect. I know when it actually came to talking, as we've been trying to, to distribute it, I think they were surprised at what the budget was, but it is still, we did still have to raise a decent amount of money. And like I say, we wouldn't have been able to do it without some really generous people that backed the project, saw what we were trying to do, and also believe in a kind of world. And I think everybody has been so supportive, and also the people that were in it were so supportive as well with their time, because that's the other thing. Everybody that was in it, no one got paid to be in the documentary. Everyone was generous, giving of their time because they believed in what we were trying to do. The doctors wanted to champion a predominantly or a complete whole food plant-based diet. The athletes wanted to shout about, their kind of elite performance because of their dietary pattern. Everyone that was in it was so gracious with the time. We owe so many people, we'll forever be in their debt.
That's such a nice way to put it, James. I thank you for that. Yeah. Any other questions for James before we let him go to sleep? It's an excellent project. So I'm so glad that I got to know about it and got involved with it.
Yeah, thank you so much. Yeah, thank you so much for supporting It's Illustrated. Yeah, where Tom and I are so appreciative. Thank you for screening it today for everyone. If anybody does have any questions that they think of later, please just reach out to me on either LinkedIn or the film's Instagram, because we handle that ourselves. So Tom and I, we always respond to people, and we're happy to chat about the film. Yeah, so.
And best of luck with making it available very quickly and
thank you so much.
with the distribution.
Thank you so
I'm
much.
sure you're going to get piles more accolades from the media.
Thank you. That means a lot. Thank you, everyone.
Yeah, sure. So in 3 minutes, we will have Peter Goldstein and Shikhar Ahuja talking about mobilizing 1 million activists. Peter, did you want to try out your slideshow?
Hello. Hi, Salish. Thank you so much for having us. The slideshow, Shikhar is going to run the slideshow.
Okay.
Shikhar, are you with us?
I think Shikhar is also a co-host now.
So I have to tell you, we had so many amazing comments and emails for last Saturday, Earth on Edge, and everybody applauding you and really admiring everything you've done with climate healers and as a global leader for climate healing. So thank you on behalf of everybody who's been emailing and appreciating all you do.
Oh, I'm just doing my job, Peter.
Just doing your job.
And my granddaughter is telling me, do your job, right? So
Do your job. Well,
yeah.
I guess it's just another job for the angels amongst us, right?
Yes. It's our duty to do this.
Hi,
Okay.
am I audible?
Yes, you're audible.
Thank you so much. Hello, Dr. Salish.
Hi, Shikhar.
Great to meet you right after a week.
Yeah, it's been
Yes.
hectic, right?
Yes, exciting though. And of course, I echo Peter's sentiments. Thank you so much for Earth on Edge last week. And we follow up on the discussion from last week today. So
Yeah.
just a mic check and a camera test.
You
Everything.
Yeah, it looks great. Yeah.
Thank you. The background is of the waterfalls nearby. So it's a real place, right? Very close to my home.
Mhm.
And it just rejuvenates every time I visit places like this. So, yes.
So would you like to spotlight both of you?
Okay. Peter is on spotlight. Okay.
No,
Sounds
you're
good.
spotlighted right now. I think they're going to spotlight Peter. Okay. And then we can start.
Okay, I'll just switch to my presentation.
Oh, my camera's off.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, welcome everyone to this is a follow-up from what happened last weekend when we had the Earth on Edge event that Peter and Shikhar put on behalf of the vegan community. And now they're going to talk about how we are mobilizing and, of course, uniting 1 million activists. We now, just after watching a movie, that's like a perfect tool for vegan activists to use. And so tell us how you would mobilize or unite 1 million activists.
Thank you so much, Dr. Rao. And just as a check on how things are meant to be proceeded, I'll just confirm a few things from you. We have 50 minutes to talk about, right?
Yeah, we have 55 minutes, yeah.
55
total.
Minutes.
Yeah.
Okay, that's good. And what we'll do is we'll take a few minutes just to introduce ourselves, but majorly, of course, we'll take people to the presentation, and we like to allocate a good amount of time for questions and answers. As a matter of fact, we'll also encourage the whole audience to ask us questions, irrespective of at what stage we are at during the course of the presentation. Because today's discussion is about ideation. It's about coming up with hypothesis. Today, we are not coming up with facts, data, research. We will come up with that. But today, it's about planting a seed of thoughts, ideas. That's what we intend to do, create a laboratory. So, Peter, I think let's start with you about yourself.
Thanks, Shikhar. So I'm Peter Goldstein, founder of the vegan community, which actually we're currently in the process of rebranding from We Did It Health. And for me, where this all started, it started with health. Personally, I've observed a doctor prescribe a whole food plant-based diet to his patients, and everybody got healthier. Everybody who engaged lost weight, downsized their meds, felt better, and that caught my attention. So at that point, I got curious and interested and committed to a whole food plant-based lifestyle. I lost 50 pounds, my triglycerides, my cholesterol, my blood work was off the charts, and it came to normal. And at that point, I knew that I had to tell the world. And I went to my friends, my loved ones, everybody I could tell about it, and to my surprise, they pushed me back, leading me to a great frustration. I just can't believe that people I care about would rather be unhealthy, would rather lose an organ than change their lifestyle. And with that, I wanted to find ways to spread the word. And for me, that the fact that the vegan and the whole food plant-based concepts have been around for well over 75 years and way beyond that, and yet only 1 or 2% of the world is vegan, is just mind-boggling. How could it be that such an amazing absolute truth is not heeded, not embraced by everybody? So with that, my passion is to find ways to spread the word. And our unique approach, there's so many amazing organizations in this world, climate healers and probably 100 others who are so dedicated to spreading the word about veganism for all the 4 reasons that we're vegan. And we want to focus on the grassroots level. So what can we do as consumers, as grassroots ambassadors? We're all ambassadors. We all want to spread the word. How can we be more effective so that our friends and loved ones change their lifestyle, at least learn about the benefits of the lifestyle, then let them choose to change their lives? How can we spread the word? How can we get to where we don't have to be pushed away? We don't have to be isolated. We get embraced by our friends and loved ones, and they see us as somebody who's delivering a valuable message to them. And that's what this work is. So we did that health, starting out with human health. And then as I was doing the work, as the team was doing the work, we found that it's really not just about health. And so that's why we're rebranding with the vegan community, and because we're embracing 4 different quadrants of the vegan world. There are 4 reasons people become vegan. It's health, it's animal compassion, and of course it's climate reasons. And the 4th being spirituality, because as we've seen in Christ's spiracy, there is no spiritual way to kill an animal. So with that, here we are. Our mission is to create a platform, that a community with 1 million grassroots ambassadors, all of us sharing ideas, figuring out better ways to inspire our friends and loved ones and community groups, and support each other to thrive and inspire. So that's what I'm about, and that's what I'm here for. And please join us with the vegan community. We're building community. We're uniting people in groups and passion pods with missions for very specific ways to inspire others.
Okay. So yes, thank you so much, Peter. And I'll reiterate, I've said this in the chat box also, but I I'll reiterate that everyone's encouraged to ask questions at any point of time, because of course we'll keep on going if we can't address that question right away. But the moment we feel that there's a question that can be addressed and discussed upon, we'll do so. Why? Because as Peter said, or did he say that? We are a laboratory, which means we invite ideas. We want people to discuss. We want people to understand, delve deeper what veganism means for them in terms of how they want to spread it. Why do I say how they want to spread it? As Peter said, there are 4 quadrants, and according to where your inclination lies, where the inclination of the listener lies, the impact will be higher. Whether it's spirituality, animal liberation, animal ethics, or compassion, its health, or its environment. So we'll get to the next step. Peter has done a pretty good job of the introduction. We'll see these 5 animals throughout our presentation, because even though we're talking about the climate and environment, but it's always at the core of our heart, all these animals that we are working for. So, yeah, Peter, did you want to say something?
Yeah, I would like to invite you to share with everybody your background. I know you're so passionate about storytelling, and please share about yourself a little bit.
Oh, wonderful. So just want to confirm, my screen is still on Uniting a Million Activists, which means I'm moving the slides and it's still over there. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. So let me figure out another way. You'll have to give me a minute. Stays on screen number 1. If you give me a minute, I'll just set it up. And I'll also keep a track
now
of
we
time.
see the introduction and objective.
Oh, no, now you do, and now I'll close it. Okay, no problem. So I am aware of the time too. We have about 45 minutes remaining. So I'll just give a brief backdrop about myself. Unlike Peter, who has years of experience behind his back, I am more of a novice in terms of both veganism and the years I've spent on this planet. But I've spent long enough to know that essentially whatever we are taught over the years to achieve something higher and bigger than what is visible in front of us, I have begun to realize that our best state is when we go right back into our childhoods, when we were not conditioned to believe things that were not necessary for us. What to eat, whom to eat, what to wear, what to pursue after. These are not the things we require. What we require is love, compassion, empathy, embrace of mother. And the mother being the mother that I see behind me, Mother Nature. Mother Nature has spelled it out all for us. She has created us. She has created everything. And as children, we feel safe in her lap. And with that experience, I left my corporate job a few years back in a metro city in India, India's largest financial capital. The reason being because I was facing climate anxiety. Why was I facing climate anxiety? Because what was happening around us during the COVID time, there were very clear evidences that COVID was happening due to animal transmission of all these pathogens. We came to Goa and I turned vegan for environmental purposes. I turned vegan for the environment because I could not bear to eat something that was feeding into my climate anxiety. Once you get rid of your habits, it allows you to look deeper into what you used to do, because you no more identify with who you were. And that time, after becoming a vegan for environment, I started reading more deeply into veganism. It made me realize what we were actually doing to the animals. All those years, I turned away my eyes from animal slaughter and animal exploitation, because for me, it was something I couldn't take care of. It was something that was beyond my control, and I didn't need to worry about it. It was sad, but I didn't need to do anything about it. But that was because I identified with my habits. The moment I let go of my habits, I realized what was happening to the animals was of immense cruelty level, which turned me into an ethical vegan, which made me even more anxious about my veganism. But That led me to search for more and more effective ways to spread the word. With that, I joined an animal rescue shelter in India, north of India, Himachal Pradesh. The name is People Farm. They raise animal awareness too, and animal awareness means awareness about veganism. They have about a following of, I guess, around 3 to 5 million across different social media platforms, and they reach out to 30-40 million people every month. And I was able to see, working with them, how well they were able to transform people through the format of stories. If someone joins them, they don't turn vegan overnight, but they do turn vegan eventually. I tell the stories of the animals. I tell the stories of my beliefs. I tell the stories of my past. The more I tell the stories, the more people want to know more about me. The more they want to know more about me, the more they realize the values that I abide by, the values of veganism. And the longer they stay with me, the more they get exposed to the values of veganism, which eventually makes them understand that what they have been doing by consuming animal and animal products is not correct. Working with People Farm helped me understand the value of storytelling. But I also knew that animal rescue and shelter is one aspect. Another aspect is health. You could talk about health, people having one foot in the grave, as one of the people I'm working with, Dr. Natasha says. I learned more about health and
Did he freeze for you as well, Peter?
Yeah, so it looks like Shakur's having internet problems. Let's give him a second to come back on.
The right person at the right time.
Where is he? He disappeared now.
Hello, Peter. I'm sorry. Oh, there he is. Okay.
I'm here. Yes. There's Shakur. You're muted, Shakur. Okay.
Yes, thank you. And I'm sorry what happened. I do not know what happened. So I'll just take a minute more to introduce myself. So yeah, I met Peter, and at the right place, at the right time, I realized that this is a time to build a community of people with different mindsets, different approach and perspectives towards veganism. There are so many pillars to work through. And that's what I'll showcase in the presentation. We have a presentation with different headers. Just give me a second, I'll switch it on again. Okay, here we go. Should be good.
There we go.
The animals are visible. Is this?
Yeah, we see it.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. What do you see? Great. So these are the 4 pillars or the 4 quadrants that Peter talks about. At the core of these 4 quadrants is the psychology behind spreading the message. People don't, at least that's what we have identified. People don't hear what you say. People hear what you want to, what they want to hear. And what they want to hear is something that's within their own comfort zone. What is it that is within their comfort zone? We'll go back to the story I told about myself. What was within my comfort zone was, I am feeling eco-anxiety, climate anxiety. What can I do about my climate anxiety? Okay, let's turn vegan for the climate. What was it that was I was able to hear within my comfort zone? I don't eat meat anymore. I can probably hear about the cruelty that happens to the animals. Okay, now I become ethical. So similarly, we use the role of psychology because, as Peter also strongly believes in, our goal is to empower the grassroots ambassadors. And I would like to know from you, Peter, directly from the horse's mouth, what is it that you have a vision towards the psychology? What's your vision towards the psychology of transforming people and empowering grassroots activists?
Well, absolutely. And there's a lot of components to psychology, and we're looking to bring psychology in to support all the 4 quadrants, support our mission to be advocating for a vegan world. And there's really two major components to it, one of them being thrive for ourselves, so our own emotional well-being, so that we can be balanced and we can be happy, and to resolve our triggers, our anger, our anxiety, our depression, so that we can show up from a loving place. Another part, and probably maybe first part of psychology, is about interpersonal relationships and interpersonal communications. So that as ambassadors, we need to be able to show up, to be able to read where other people are at, so that we can meet people where they are, and so that we can communicate clearly and share the most appropriate resources that we think might inspire somebody. So for instance, I had an opportunity to talk with a doctor. I have a friend who's a doctor, and I've talked to him a number of times about being plant-based, and wasn't getting very far. But when I told him that the World Health Organization considers red meat and processed meat a group 1 carcinogen like cigarettes, it's something he didn't know. So I got his attention with that. So we need to meet people where they are, to be able to communicate with them in a way that we're not pushing them away. And, to that end, what we've done is we have Dr. Angela Crawford has created a wonderful ebook for us that I would love to share with anybody who reach out to us or who would join our community at wedidit.health, soon to be migrated over to the vegancommunity.com. But if you join us there, or if you message me or email me, I'm more than happy to share this ebook, 7 Best Practices to Inspire Our Friends and Loved Ones to Be Plant-Based. And she goes through, as a psychologist, a PhD psychologist, she's done a beautiful job of creating this book. So the psychology that you've referred to, Shakur, that's so important, such an important foundation to our work, it extends into lots of other areas. So, for instance, psychology of addiction, healing our trauma, so that we can show up and be inspiring rather than being angry and pushing people away.
Correct. And I received a question because we're talking about psychology, and let us make this specific. I mean, make this clear that neither me nor Peter are psychology practitioners, but we are working with a team of psychologists. So, Peter, would you like to just give a brief backdrop? And I think you have already done that. In case there's still something pending, you can give a brief backdrop of how we work with psychologists, or we'll just get into what we have understood about psychology. And there's a question that if we can talk about apathy and willful ignorance, and also about cognitive dissonance. So do you think we should address that question or give a brief backdrop?
You know what, like you said, we're not psychologists. Shakur and I, our background is about business. So really what we're doing ourselves personally, our professional value add is to create a community, to find ways to bring everybody together. We see the vegan community as a community of communities where we can bring together people from all aspects, all 4 quadrants of the vegan world, and all aspects of psychology. And with that said, we're working on creating programming, and we invite psychologists and personal growth coaches and anybody who can help vegans be more joyful and spread the message and communicate and build great relationships. We invite those professionals to collaborate with us, and we're more than happy to support their work and to offer their programming in our community, and offer their free presentations to benefit everybody.
Yes. Peter, one question. Would you be able to make the ebook available for us to post on the Trello card for your event?
Yeah, I believe we'd be happy to do that. It's a wonderful tool. It's been loved by many who've read it. We will post it and invite anybody who enjoys it then to take further steps and and we have so much more to follow up with that. So yes, we'll be happy to post it.
Okay.
Yes. And Peter, I'd like to still add on to the point you have made. Of course, we are a platform that invites people to come with their field of expertise and talk from their professional knowledge. I will also like to add to the point that as the community, as a platform builder, as a team that's building a platform, we are building this platform with a hypothesis. And the hypothesis and belief. The belief is that there is not a single pronged approach to spread veganism. They are multi-pronged approaches. So while I'm trying to shift the slides and they are stuck over here. There are four pillars or quadrants you see here: health, environment, spirituality, animal compassion. They are the core quadrants. But even within that, as Peter believes, there are 200 different areas through which the message of veganism will spread. So it could be, well, if you want to practice yoga, you go to your yoga school. It opens up your mind to the vegan philosophy. You want to try out your dog's nutrition, you got plant-based dogs, that can open up your mind to vegan philosophy. You are trying out something. For example, there are a few brands, FMCG brands, that are no more testing on animals and no more adding animal ingredients in their products. You want to try that out, suddenly you are open your mind to the philosophy of veganism. Why is this brand selling vegan all the time? So there are not one, but there are plenty of ways to make veganism a trending topic or a mainstream topic. And why we believe that, at least through the months and months of discussions that I've had with Peter, our belief is based on this idea that for veganism to go mainstream, as Peter said, we meet people where they are at. And they may be at the core level among these four quadrants. But what do the people think where they are at? If someone is at a salon, if they are at a movie theater, they are not thinking about health, environment, spirituality, animal compassion. So at that point of time, what is it that will open up their minds to the value of veganism? Someone is at a movie theater, probably is entertaining. Probably is the success of the actor who is out there on the screen, Joaquin Phoenix, right? He's vegan. He has opened up the minds of people to veganism. What if I'm at a salon? What will make me open up my mind to veganism? Maybe the product that's going to be applied on my head. So we meet people where they are at, psychologically and even physically. So it's with this belief, we are creating a whole set of passion pods. You got a passion, you got a skill, you hold your discussions, you build the momentum, you plant the seeds of ideas, you mobilize people together to make the movement stronger. And it's a platform for you to also provide your professional services through, so that people who are vegan are there as grassroots ambassadors. They know, okay, Peter, for example, let's say Peter, for example, is going to talk about how to build an internet platform to spread the message of veganism. Now, he hosts a passion pod to make more people aware of, if you want to do something on the internet, you want to build something tech-based, maybe you can build a community platform. 5 people turn up, 15 people turn up for his talks, 7 of them are vegan. Now, these 7 people have become grassroots ambassadors, which means they are listening to Peter to learn more about how to build that tech, not how to become more vegan. Whereas 7-8 people who are pre-vegans, as I like to term them, they are not only getting exposed to the idea of how to build technology, but they're also getting exposed to the idea of veganism. So it's with this philosophy that we are working. Is that correct, Peter? At any point of time you want to add or correct me, please feel free to do so.
Oh, thank you, Shakur. You're doing such a beautiful job. Yes, and you alluded to 200, and our goal is to create 200 passion pods. And again, a passion pod is a group where people come together who are passionate on a specific topic. And we see that as being very important for us, for grassroots ambassadors, because as we go through our lives, we're currently missing dozens of opportunities to plant seeds, to share some facts, some information, and take the opportunity to educate. So as we go through our lives, we may be driving past a nature center or past an environmental education center. Well, I think that we can very easily, if we have the right resources, once we're prepared to be comfortable and confident to have a conversation, we can stop in and share information about animal agriculture and reforestation, because most environmental centers probably don't talk about those things as the problem that's causing climate change and environment degradation, as well as the solutions for the environment being reforestation. And then I might go to my doctor's office and I would want to plant some seeds, share something about the power of a whole food plant-based lifestyle. And then after that, so my day, our lives just take us to all kinds of places, going to a restaurant and sharing something about the benefits of being vegan. So we're looking to drill down on all these different topics, bring together the professionals to lead these passion pods, lead these groups, help curate all the information. So it's very easy for any ambassador to pick up something, no matter where they're going, be able to very easily pick up some talking points, pick up some resources, and plant some seeds. So that's the resource curation. That's the passion pod model that we're working for.
Yes, thank you so much.
Yeah.
Yes, is my screen available? Yeah.
Yes.
So I like to add, when we talk about multiple strategies, what we mean, if you can see the slide, we meet people where they are at. We build interpersonal relationship with people, because they don't hear, or they don't really respond to what you ask them to do. They take in the information by themselves by observing you. As they say, show, not tell. So if you have an interpersonal relationship with someone, people are more open to studying you. People are more open to understanding you. Then guide people, not instruct them. Nobody likes to be instructed, because then the feature of rebellion comes from within. We are all lovers of our self-freedom. If someone else tells me what I must do, well, throughout our lives, since our childhood, we have already been told enough times what we must do. One more straw on the camel's back can break it. So nobody is going to respond very nicely to the idea that you tell me what I should do. So we create a pathway for them. Our goal is to spread seeds. The forest will grow when the time is right. Our path is to create our job is to create a path. So when someone's ready to explore, they take that path. Our goal is to create a whole vegan. Imagine imagine there's a vegan world on one side, there's a non-vegan world. Now these worlds are extremely apart from each other. Now, normally the philosophy is either you are in this town or you're in this town. Either you're in the vegan town or you're in the non-vegan town. We believe that it's a necessity to create a bridge between the two towns, so that people come in to the town of veganism and they feel so safe, they feel so loved, they feel so secure that they don't want to leave this vegan town. They don't go back thinking, okay, I felt better when I was in the town, in the non-vegan city. They feel validated in the vegan city. And our job is to create that path. Our job is to create that bridge. I'll elaborate why. The power of love and collaboration. Peter, I'll say this. Peter comes from the perspective of abundance. Abundance means that there is plenty of opportunity, plenty of resources to get the job done. If we come from the mindset of scarcity, we work from the point of view of fear and anxiety. Whatever we have in our hands, we are fearful of losing that. Whereas with the perspective of abundance, we are more open towards what we could gather. We are more exploratory. We are more optimistic. We will be there. That's the website's, that was the website's name. We did it.health. That's such a manifestation that we already did it. And that comes from the perspective of abundance, that yes, I love the path that I have laid out for you. I love the fact that you can walk on this path, you may not walk on it today, but you will walk on it eventually. And I love creating this path for you. I am not going to be fearful about this idea that the path is available for you only today or tomorrow. So you need to quickly and urgently get across. I come from this idea that if I create the path well enough for you, you will eventually come, because that's how it's going to manifest for me. Peter, do you have any different perspective to add to that? Just to add, we have crossed 30 minutes and we are left with 25 minutes.
Absolutely. No, I was wondering if there's any questions, but I absolutely, the concept of abundance, the concept of infinite possibilities, the concept that we can find the solutions, and we have, and driven and led by love, we can love back Mother Nature and the environment and each other, and resolve the challenges that we have in front of us. And that's the abundance of it, and doing it from a place of love and the place of possibility. So we don't see the solutions. We haven't, the solutions haven't manifested yet, but they will. And we need to know that we need to work towards that. We need to work towards a vegan world. So for all the 4 reasons, for the climate, for health, for everything.
Yes,
and there's some questions have come in if you want to address the questions.
Yes, would you like to?
So Kay is asking, the thing I'm confused about is how to reconcile people don't like being told what to do with abolitionism and past rights movements. It seems like feminism and civil rights were one based on something beyond the idea of telling people what to do, but I don't know what to call that X factor or series of X factors. Yeah.
That's a very valid question, because in history, like I have faced this question many times. So just to add to this point, that I'll definitely, wherever we are not able to answer any question well, we'll take this as an opportunity to dig deeper, because I've gone through some research papers on how it used to happen during the civil rights movement, regarding racism, regarding regarding slavery. What was the right method? Was it abolition? The obvious answer comes up is, hey, you can't tell someone to be less of a slave owner. You can't tell someone to be like less of an abuser. If you're an abuser, you're an abuser, point blank. Right. End of discussion. So of course, to come up with this idea that, okay, I'm going to come up with a solution that I want you to be on the path to becoming a perfect vegan. This comes from, again, the perspective of love and collaboration. What it means is that, Peter, I'll give my take, and then I'll love to have you give your take too. Okay. It took me 29 years to turn vegan. Until those 29 years, if ever I came across a vegan telling me I should turn vegan overnight, the chances are I took it very negatively. I turned vegan because there were certain events in my life which led to me realizing that I had to turn vegan. Fortunately, I'll say fortunately, something like COVID happened, which accelerated my realization, which accelerated my anxiety to the idea that I realized I had to do something about it. Yes, there were people out there spreading awareness, and I appreciate them for being there. There were people out there that if you really care about the climate, you must adopt a plant-based diet. There is no way around it. There is an urgency. And that helped me. That helped me realize that I need to leave dairy off my plate. I need to leave meat off my plate if I am so concerned about something, and I got to do something about it. I appreciate that. But if someone had come up to me overnight and said, hey, here's a seed I'm planting in your mind that if you want to save environment, you need to turn vegan. And the next moment they're asking me, now I've planted that seed in your mind, why is the forest not growing? I would have been like, maybe you're not a good enough gardener. Allow the seed to grow and flourish into a forest. Shower it with love. Be a gardener, nurture it in a way which will allow the forest to grow. I have only as fertile a mind. If my mind is not fertile enough to let ideas grow into something which leads me to take actions, I would not turn vegan. So the reconciliation comes from the idea of love, that I am a gardener and I'll keep pouring water and spreading the seeds until the forest grows. Peter, do you have a take?
Sure. Well, what I'd like to add is it's really important to be patient and loving, and to be telling people what to do is pushing them away. And I know that when I first turned whole food plant-based and I experienced all those benefits, I just knew that everybody would want to hear about it and know all about it and follow the way. But I found that they pushed me back. Now I'm a lot more patient. Now I know that they're not going to hear me anyways when they don't, and I just patiently wait for better opportunities. And part of what we're doing is I believe, so Claire Mann, vegan psychologist, shared this with me, and I love her work. She said, we really need a gym. So it's a gym for the advocacy. So a gym where we can practice patience, practice communication skills, practice how we do things and what we're doing. It's really a substantial challenge. I don't think that we can appreciate enough all that it takes for us to become powerful advocates and proactivists, as we like to call it, so that we're not pushing people away. And that's part of what we're doing here is we want to create that gym. We want to have that community where we can support each other and say, slow down, this person wasn't ready to hear it. Or yes, they got turned on by this fact and that fact, and now let's share the other thing. Let's invite them to meet the right professionals that are the leaders on that topic.
And if I may add something to that,
Sure.
what you both shared. From a systems perspective, there is something called system justification that happens with people, because and it's a well-known phenomenon, a psychological phenomenon that happens to people, because what has happened after the internet blew open the lies that we've been told, right? So we realized, there are so many lies we've been told, and it's systematically told these lies. This is why movies like Cowspiracy, What the Health, on the one hand, they open people's eyes to how they have been deceived. But on the other hand, it made them sort of recoil. And some people started seeing shadows everywhere, right? And some people then started basically shutting off. And this is what is called system justification. Shutting off. This is called also the Stockholm Syndrome.
Yes.
Where you sort of sympathize with your abusers, and you cannot imagine that this system has been so abusing me, lying to me in my school, everything, that I just shut off and I just say, I'm just going to go with the system, because at least I know I'm safe. I know my little place here, right? So this system justification is one of the major reasons why people have a hard time transforming systems.
Absolutely.
Okay. But it turns out there's also PhD research that has been done on this. How do you overcome system justification? Okay. And it turns out that the best way to overcome system justification is to put this false system in a larger, big system in which that bigger system is asking you to make the transformation.
Yes.
This is why I tell the story of nature.
Yes.
Nature is a perfect system design.
Absolutely.
And nature sort of conned us into doing all this. Okay. So nature is the biggest con man around, con woman around. Right? And we didn't realize we were being conned into heating the climate. Okay. And that's what we did for 10,000 years. We just didn't know that. So now she's waking us up and saying, okay, no more conning. You can now wake up and see what has really happened. And now you have to go vegan and reforest the planet if you want to thrive. So when you say that, it's like saying, your house is on fire. Tell me nicely that the house is on fire. I say, how do I tell you nicely that the house is on fire? And then you say, well, tell me and then go away and let me think about it. Let the seed mature. And I'm saying, dude, the house is on fire. How do you want me to tell you that? Right? And nature is telling you to switch quickly. How smart are you as a species? Okay. It's a measure of how smart are you as a species, how quickly are you able to respond. And as human beings, we've always been quick at responding. Our ancestors were very quick at responding, right? They didn't take, I mean, they got up and walked out of Africa, went to every part of the world 50,000 years ago. Nobody knows how it happened. It just happened, right? And we simultaneously started agriculture everywhere, right? Once we had the internet, we were using it as quickly as possible. We didn't say, no, let me just sit on it and wait. No, it spread really quickly. So I say in the same way, this realization that the planet is on fire and that we have to do something to put out the fire. And there is one thing that we know that will put out the fire, which is to go vegan and replant the forests, okay, rewild the planet. So we have to be very, very open about that message, I feel, and then tell people that nature is asking us to do it.
Absolutely.
Nature is asking for this transformation to happen. And it's part of the system design, the perfect system design, that's nature. That's the story I try to tell. And I find that people, sometimes they have a hard time understanding me, right? But if they understand my story, they do respond right away, right? So it's
absolutely.
like it's overcoming the system justification. That's the psychological barrier for most people who cannot believe that this system has been so, I mean, it's literally for protecting the opulent minority from the majority. That's the system we have built. Anyway, that's my 2 cents.
Very valid point, Dr. Rao, because I'll just add to the point you have made. As I said, I turned vegan because of climate anxiety. I was facing climate anxiety because of COVID. Of course, humans did play a role in everything, but as you said, it was all nature's ploy, and that's what led me to climate anxiety, and that's what led me to adopting veganism. I personally think climate change turned me vegan much quicker than any vegan activist would have turned me vegan. And that's what I heard from you too, that there's a bigger system that is creating that urgency for me to change.
Right.
So what's happening today, and I personally believe, because 2 things happened to me. One, it was climate change due to COVID. The other was I had lost my job during COVID, which made me financially insecure. And I genuinely hope, today with this AI transformation, today with this economic transformation, there will be far more people who will start questioning. I consider myself someone who was good at XYZ job, but now this machine is doing it in such snappiness that I can't even think who I am compared to this machine. Right. Now the question arises is, who am I? I thought I was an engineer, but the machine is better than me. I thought I was a marketer, the machine is better than me. Then who am I? And when that question comes in, I personally believe we go back to the earliest on stage of our life. That is when we were actually nothing. And that is what I think we have to go back to.
Yeah.
So
another question from Bhavna. How do you suggest we relate to other social justice movements, such as fighting against racism and white supremacy and so on? Oftentimes vegans ignore those other activisms and it alienates people.
That's such a valid question. See, I'll just add 1 or 2 lines because I believe Peter will have something deeper to say here. My perspective is that we come from a place of love and collaboration, which means that what has worked for them is something that we can learn from. Yes, if they are not vegan, it's regretful. It's something that they could be turned into, hopefully as soon as possible, because they also relate to a cause that's about social justice. But we need to go into that movement with an open mind, that we'll learn from them. And then we will also share our learnings with them, and not with a mindset that I have to defend my philosophy against theirs, which normally can turn away people. That's my take.
And the only thing I can add to that is that's really important. It's something that I haven't really focused on, but perhaps it's something that we should open some conversations with. And as the vegan community, our mission is to host those kinds of conversations. And Shakur, I think it's something that we need to look at, is to bring in those conversations, start talking about exploring how it is that other social movements have succeeded. What were the magic moments for other other social justice movements, and this is a social justice movement. It's a health movement. It's so many things, and there's a lot to learn for us from there. And I don't honestly, I don't think we've ever had that on the table, and I really appreciate it. And that just goes back to, above everything else, we feel that we need to be a laboratory. These answers are unknown. If we knew these answers, the world would be vegan by now. It's been 75 years of trying to get the word across. We're missing something. There's got to be a lot of things that we can learn, and certainly a place to look is the other successful social justice movements. That's a brilliant idea, and we'll make sure that we bring something to the table on that.
Yeah, especially Deb was asking, in this political election year, do you have any suggestions for spreading the vegan message in that arena? Or do you think it's too volatile at the present time?
I don't completely understand that. The second part is there. Can you repeat it, please?
Or do you think it's too volatile at the present time in that possible area of influence?
Well, I don't think we have luxury of asking if that's too volatile. I think with the earth on edge, I don't think we really have time to ask that question. I think we need to put our best game on the table and move forward with it, and keep looking at how we're doing it and keep improving it. But I don't think we have time to think about it. I think it's too volatile. They may be, but we don't have the time to analyze how volatile it is. We just need to do our best to come forward with love and with collaboration and plant the seeds and nurture and support people who are curious.
And regarding, because I hear that you're asking about presidential campaign, is that correct?
Yeah.
Dr. Rao?
Right.
I have just one case study which worked, of course, nothing on the scale of presidential campaign, but definitely in the space of policy making, where animal activists, animal compassionate people gathered together to stop a bill from passing in India. Many of these interviewers may be aware of, I've shared that with you too, Dr. Rao. Last year, the government had proposed a livestock export bill, which meant that from India, animals would be transported live across the world. This bill was put out on the website of Indian Dairy and Animal Husbandry Department, and they gave only 7 days for the audiences or the public's response to come in. 7 days is not enough, because even the awareness that this bill was out on the website takes a few days, because they did it very quietly. Some of the activists connected with each other and they were like, we have to run a campaign, and there are only now 3 days left for this. So a few activists who had a reach of a few hundred thousands, millions gathered together, and they quickly got together. And I was also part of this whole campaign. They quickly got together, made a landing page, made an automated email system, and just told the people the story that in this livestock export, what is going to happen to the animals. And it could happen to your loved animals too, the cats and the dogs. And this story was out within 3 days. Within 3 days, around 200,000 mails were sent out by different people from across India. So much so that even today, if anyone wants, I'll share. The government withdrew that bill just in a matter of 4 days. 3 days they gave you a deadline. In the 4th day, they withdrew that bill, stating very clearly that they were surprised by the response of people. That's how we got together 200,000 people to stop a livestock export bill, which would have saved many live animals from being transported across the world from India. And if this could happen in India, something on even a larger scale, but something that could be emulating this could happen for the presidential campaign too. We'll just have to identify, if someone's ready, let's identify pockets where people can get together, and we can quickly get to tens of thousands of people to send out mails en masse to these presidential candidates. Let them at least get talking about animals. That will be the next big milestone. If not big in the whole scheme of things, a big compared to where we are right now.
Yeah. See, in that sense, the Indian government is fairly open, in the sense that they have a website where you can go file grievances and complaints, and people actually read it. It's the presidential candidates tend to be very insulated. They don't hear from the public so much. But yeah, it's worth trying things like that. But you have to target both of them.
Yes.
Target only one, it becomes like, oh yeah, you are for that and you are not, and I'm against it, that sort of thing. I pray that the next president will be the Gorbachev of Western civilization. Like Mikhail Gorbachev, who dissolved the West Soviet Union.
Yes.
The next US president will dissolve Western civilization and say, let's start over and let's do this veganism plus reforestation solution, because that's the only way out for humanity.
And that's where I think what's happening with, on a side note, but something to learn from, what's happening with AI is telling us, they say emergent properties come out, put in enough data and it will all work together and something unknown will come out we are not even aware of. This is what we are doing as even advocates. We are getting the message out, and one day there will be an inflection point where suddenly the minds will open.
Right.
I'll quickly go through the next 3-4 slides and just mention those points. Our goal is to turn thoughts into actions, which essentially means that it starts at the thought level. It goes into a motivation that I want to do this. Then it becomes more of a discipline. Then as it turns into a discipline, it becomes more of a habit. Then as it becomes a habit, it becomes more of my personality trait. It becomes the essence of who I am. So the whole idea from in the marketing space, it's called the AIDA funnel, the awareness, interest, desire, action. My first job is to raise awareness. Then once someone is aware, are they interested in turning? Then they become desirous of turning, and then they take the action. So yes, that's what we are going to encourage as a platform to facilitate that. The system is going to be supportive, which means pre-vegans, vegans who want to do vegan advocacy, vegans who want to learn about different aspects of vegan advocacy, people who want to adopt veganism. The system is going to be built in a way where everyone feels supported and embraced and welcomed, instead of feeling challenged that they are not vegan enough. That's not what we are trying to or intending to do. We are encouraging people to come closer and closer and closer so that the world can be safer and safer and safer. There are psychological barriers, as Dr. Rao says, system justification. So these are big psychological barriers. The Stockholm syndrome, if I have been abused for so long, I would rather side with my abuser because the known devil is better than the unknown angel. And we recognize that. We are also those kinds of people. If someone comes up to me and today says that, Shikhar, you have to go into the depths of water to save yourself, I'll be like, I don't believe you. Even though I know this is a scientific thing, I can't go into the depths of the oceans to survive. But this is probably what the non-vegan or animal consumers also think. They think that plants, this is something I never thought of, which means you're lying to me when you say consume plants to save the planet. So that's why we have to address the psychological barriers. What are those psychological barriers? As we have talked, there are childhood traumas, there are childhood triggers, and we have to meet people where they are at. Because the moment someone who is traumatized or triggered pushes back, it creates a barrier between them and their ability to turn vegan. So that's how we are building the vegan community platform. And yeah, join the community. I've added to more animals at the end because the whole community belongs to all the animals, which includes human beings too. We are all creation of the same aspect. I want to share two things that I think can address what we are facing. It's not directly related to veganism, but these are some metaphorical examples. This one is regarding stress. And the reason I'm sharing is just to help the people understand that stress is not something that we must be blamed for. If we are facing stress, why are we facing stress? I saw this in an Instagram video. You take a penguin, pick him out of Antarctica, put him in India near the equator. What will the penguin feel? The penguin will feel stressed out. Now, what do you tell the penguin? Do you say, hey, you're stressed out, you are to be blamed, you're not doing well enough, that's why you're under stress? Or do you look at the penguin and say, I know what the problem is, I'll send you back to Antarctica, or I'll turn this region into Antarctic region to reduce your stress? So as human beings, we need to be also mindful towards our stress levels and the stress levels of the people we're talking to. They are probably not stressed out because you are talking to them. They're not probably stressed out because you're talking about veganism with them. They are probably stressed out because of the tone you're talking. They're probably stressed out because they have been introduced to new ideas in the past too. And they are too many times they're introduced to new ideas and then they're confused. Is this right? Is this right? Is this right? So put them in an environment where they feel safe, put them in an environment where they feel, yes, this is an environment where I am willing to transform in. And that's why we're building this vegan community, which feels like home. You come back to home. When you come back to home, you're not looking for a fight. You're looking to just lay back and think deeply, okay, could I do this? Could I do that? That's nice. So that's how we are building this community. And yes, we will stay grounded to this idea that we are all connected with each other. Animals, human beings, the nature, the earth, we are all connected to each other. So when I am trying to stand up to someone else, I'm not doing it because I despise them. I'm doing it because I feel like I'm connected with them. So of course, irrespective of what my approach is, aggression, love, empathy, kindness, politeness, it all comes with this idea that you and I, we are on the same page, or we are at least on the same planet together. So if you're on the same planet, let's explore ideas, let's explore solutions. We may have disagreements. We may not be able to come up with resolutions immediately, but we will eventually, because I have belief that we are the same people. And I love this fact that we are so connected with each other. So that's from my side. Just a question that has come in. What would you say to a person who calls himself to be pure non-vegetarian? Peter, would you like to address this question?
You know, Shikhar, I would love to, and I think what we need to do is continue this conversation at another time. I believe we're out of time, and I just really like to say that we appreciate everybody's attention and time, and I look forward to connecting with everybody in our future events, connecting with everybody in the community that we did .health, and where we have the passion pods, and we look forward to questions and conversations and future Zoom meetings and community meetings. So thank you so much, everybody.
I posted the link to vedidit.health. Is that the place to go to join the vegan community?
Yes.
Right now it is. Right now it is. And do sign up on our newsletters too. So you could follow us on our Instagram platform. And from the Instagram platform, instagram.com/vedidit.health, we'll be able to assist you to take the whole journey. Where do you sign up on the community? Where do you sign up on the newsletter and everything? So I think the call to action from our side would be just check out our Instagram page. I'll type it down.
Okay.
Thank you. Stop sharing.
The Instagram page is for the vegan community?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
Perfect. Thank you so much, both of you.
Thank you, Silas. Thank you, Shikhar. That's beautiful. Thank you, everybody, for attending.
And get some sleep, Shikhar.
Yes.
Okay, yes.
He came in from India. Must be 2:30 in the morning there.
Yes.
2:30 in the morning, yes.
Yes.
He's absolutely dedicated to making this a better world. And I just so appreciate working with Shikhar and everybody else. So bye.
Yeah. Well, next we have Dr. Abraham Wurt, a retired climatologist from National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, NOAA. He is the author of the textbook Physics of Climate, and he's still working at it. Thank you so much, Dr. Wurt, for your dedication. And he's going to be talking about trees, cows, and climate change. And Rebecca, I think you have the slideshow. Yeah.
Okay.
Take it
Thank
away.
you, Dr. Rao, for introducing me. I think to understand the Earth's climate system, it may be best to look at the Earth in space. If you compare it to the other planets, our planet is very beautiful. As you can see here, it's blue and green, and there are the oceans, which take about 70% of the Earth, and are very powerful. And they have long time scales from months to centuries. And then we have the land, that's about 30% of the Earth. You see how unique actually the Earth is. It's so different from the other planets in the solar system. It's so alive. But then we have in the poles, we have the North Pole, the Arctic sea ice, and the South Pole, which you don't see actually, is where the polar cap is, with the big, 2 kilometer thick ice. I have indicated here by a red ribbon the equator to see where we are. And then in addition, we have the biosphere of the plants and animals in the oceans and in the land. Then we have the atmosphere where we live in. It's a thin layer, about 10 kilometers thick around the Earth. It has the shortest time scales, only from days to weeks. And you know from experience how difficult it is to predict the weather, even from a few days. It's very much random. But that's the place where we live in. All these different spheres are interconnected, interact with each other to create the global climate. There are no boundaries between them. If there are, they are open. So that energy, solid matter, and gases, such as oxygen and carbon dioxide, can be exchanged among them. But the climate system depends on the spheres to work together in harmony. And then there are positive and negative feedbacks between the spheres to maintain the global balance. All of us are aware that each day the temperature records are being shattered all over the world, connected with the increasing levels of carbon dioxide in the atmosphere. Most world governments and politicians, and many scientists, are convinced that the usage of fossil fuels during the Industrial Revolution has been the main cause of the increased CO2 and temperature. However, recent research by Dr. Rao and others has shown convincingly that deforestation, land use, and animal agriculture during thousands of years have been much more important than the release of fossil fuels. Nevertheless, the recent emphasis by the politicians has been on to limit the use of fossil fuels and change to solar panels, wind turbines, and nuclear power reactors as new sources of energy. Unfortunately, this will not solve the problem of global warming. In other words, humanity is going in the wrong direction, and global warming will get worse, not better. To find a possible solution to the crisis will be the major topic of my lecture. Let us look at figure 2, that is the CO2 curve during the last 800,000 years. Why don't you actually go to the CO2, the largest picture? The next one, probably. The next figure. Okay, now we have to go back to the first one. Okay, now that's, okay, yes, that's it. The next one. Yes, that's perfect. This is the carbon dioxide record for 800,000 years. I think probably the time what Dr. Rao mentioned this morning that the discovered fire. And this is all the CO2 records. And below it is the temperature records in the Antarctic. But that's pretty same as in the global temperature. And what we can see is that throughout the years from 800,000 years back to nowadays, they have been following each other. If the carbon dioxide increases, the temperature increased. If it decreased, the temperature decreased. So we follow each other very much, the CO2. Let us look at the next figure. If you can put the next figure, please. Okay, perfect. This is more a shorter version where we see the CO2 during the Industrial Revolution from about year 1750 to the 2020. You see, before the time, the temperature has been about the same. It doesn't change very much. And even if we go back much earlier to 10,000 years ago, it stays about the same level of 280 parts per million. Only during the last part, the last 60 or 70 years, it has increased dramatically. The year 1988 is actually as important in the climate of the atmosphere. Maybe you can show the next slide of the temperature. Okay. Around 1988, on June 23rd of 1988, Jim Hansen, an astronomer and numerical climate modeler at NASA, was the first scientist who had the courage to address the US Senate and warn the US government on the likelihood of intense future global warming. And history has validated Hansen's estimates. In the same year of 1988, the United Nations Environmental Programme and the World Meteorological Organization created the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, the IPCC. The IPCC was formed to provide policymakers over the world with regular scientific assessments on climate change and to give suggestions on how to cope with the changes. Every 5 or 6 years, the IPCC has provided extensive reports carefully documented by hundreds of well-known scientists. Maybe you can take the slide away, Beijing. According to the IPCC reports, since the year 1850, about 66% of production has been by coal, oil, and natural gases, and cement. Considered the direct cause of the increase of CO2 during the last 100 years and the resultant global warming must have been the burning of fossil fuels, most world governments, as we said before, have started to use the limit of usage of fossil fuels and use solar energy and other energy sources like wind, water turbines, and nuclear power. But in spite of these efforts, the level of CO2 and global warming have steadily increased rather than decreased since 1988. It's clear that stopping the use of fossil fuels may terminate the increase in CO2 due to fossil fuels. But other sources of CO2, which are not adequately included in the official calculations, will keep on increasing the level of CO2 and temperature, as we will show next. It's obvious that we have to look much deeper into other possible reasons of global warming. Global warming is also only one of the 9 planetary boundaries that are either transgressed or about to be exceeded. In fact, global warming may be only a symptom rather than the main disease of the Earth. We have to look at the early history of humanity since the beginning of the agricultural revolution, about 10,000 years ago, and humans changed from hunter-gatherers to farmers. BJ, you can show the map of the horizontal map of the 10,000 years ago. Perfect. Yeah. Now, how does it compare with the modern situation of the Earth? Did you notice that there are very many different changes? As you can see here in the north, during the last glaciations, you see all out of ice covered much of North America and Northern Europe. And the sea ice is all, Arctic sea ice is all covered everywhere. In the South Pole, the Antarctic ice sheet is much larger than nowadays, and the sea ice up to actually almost South America. So these are huge changes to the present time. And all this, there has to be a lot of energy to heat up and to change the ice and snow to water. And then we see that it's much more green than what we see on the Earth, as we see later. The green is the area covered by trees, ancient trees, about 6 trillion of them. And those have decreased since up to now, which have about 3 trillion trees, so half of it. They were all cut down and burned by human nature. And then we see also that the deserts, as you see later in the other figures, that the deserts have grown. The deserts here are smaller than they used to be, and not much desert here in South America, in North America. And here, nothing here in southern China. So we can see, BJ, if you can show the next slide. So that's the present one. You see how different it is. So all the ice have disappeared, and the glaciers have disappeared in the north. There's green here, that is much smaller. The amount of trees is half of what it used to be, and of a lesser quality. As you probably can notice from the further one, that also the area here in the desert has increased. Can you show the next figure, please? Okay, here you can see the comparison of the two. We see that there are huge changes, and they're all connected actually with the agriculture, with the animal agriculture. Actually, the cutting down and the burning of trees have caused the release of large amount of carbon dioxide into the atmosphere. The CO2 must have gone into the remaining trees, but especially into the oceans. And that's pretty obvious because the oceans have become more and more acid. They have become more saline. All these changes are directly connected with the ongoing deforestation and agricultural practices. What is not depicted is a decrease in wild animals on land and in the oceans. On the other hand, the number of domesticated animals has increased dramatically. That is, look, maybe you can take the figure away, thank you. Let us look at a simple measure, the total weight of the symbols, of the animals. At the beginning of the agricultural revolution, the weight of the wild animals, including a small number of humans, is estimated to be about 200 million tons. However, presently, the weight of humans is twice as large, about 400 million, while many of the wild animals are extinct. But in addition, there's the enormous weight of the farmed animals, on the order of 800 million tons, and still growing rapidly. It's 4 times the number of original wild animals. There's no question that the excessive number of humans and domesticated animals requires resources that are overwhelming. The resources of the earth. The present situation is unsustainable. Let's go back to the changes in 2 of the primary greenhouse gases in the atmosphere, namely CO2, and also for methane. They have grown in the last 60 or 70 years. But surprisingly, as I mentioned before, the amount of CO2 and methane in the atmosphere have been almost constant during the thousands of years before the increases after the Industrial Revolution. This is most remarkable. Carbon dioxide remained the same on the order of 280 parts per million. This happened in spite of the fact that humans have added CO2 and methane continuously to the atmosphere by cutting down the trees and burning the trees, clearing the land to grow plants, and the use of domesticated animals. Apparently, the Earth must have protected life from global warming by refertilizing CO2 and storing CO2 in the oceans. The English scientist James Lovelock has coined the name Gaia, the Greek goddess for the Earth. The Earth is a living entity. Since the Earth, Mother Earth, has protected the atmosphere and biosphere for thousands of years. However, recently, the Industrial Revolution has overpowered the abilities of Gaia to protect the atmosphere and has given the final straw to initiate global warming. To reduce global warming, the emphasis in the world has been on reducing the use of fossil fuels and converting to solar energy. This action is necessary, but may only ensure that no more CO2 is added to the atmosphere due to fossil fuels. But to stop the amount of CO2 in the atmosphere from increasing and end increases in global warming, we need to stop the main sources of CO2, namely deforestation and animal agriculture. Rewild the earth and let the earth itself restore the balance. To reverse global warming, society has to change dramatically. We must stop cutting ancient trees and plant new trees and minimize animal agriculture. Ending animal agriculture would require humans to change to a whole food plant-based diet and avoid eating meat and dairy products, and decrease the use of animal products such as leather, as we have seen in the earlier talks. The reversal of global warming requires that governments end the enormous subsidies to the meat industry, and more humans become vegetarian and vegan. Another benefits of changing to a plant-based diet will be a huge increase in human health, as has been shown by many medical studies. Another benefit will be that individual people will have the power and potential to help change the economic and social systems. Some things politicians can't do. And that they can stop the powerful meat and dairy companies and to end their influence on politicians and world governments. All of this seems unreachable, almost impossible. So in fact, we may have to make the changes more gradual. But we have to realize that time is limited to save the planet for future generations. It's clear that we will do the following. Protect the ancient forests, such as the trees of the Amazon. They must be protected at all costs. And a variety of appropriate trees has to be planted on part of the land presently used by domesticated animals. The fishing in the oceans and the industrial exploitation of the mineral resources along the continents and on the ocean floor must be restricted and better controlled. In other words, we have to rewild the ocean and land so that carbon dioxide and temperature have to be reduced to acceptable levels for human life and animal life to continue and flourish. To accomplish this, the number of domesticated animals must be drastically reduced, and the extremely cruel raising and slaughtering of animals in factory-based industries must be abandoned. This would raise the level of compassion and humanity. We can illustrate the needed transition by comparing the present land distribution with a possible future distribution. Maybe we can show the figure 9. Oh, actually, one of the last pictures. Yeah, the next, go on to the last picture of the Earth, the land distribution. Yes, that's right. What is the present global land distribution as given in the IPCC report? He said the present forests take about 28% of the total land, and the grazing land for animals, 33%. And then we have some areas which are used for cropland. So we have here for the livestock, 6%, and for humans, 5%. So we see that livestock and grazing land takes almost half of the land surface. And this is the desert region that we can't be used, and the ice coverage. It's about 30% total. So for really changing the situation, yeah, I would suggest we should have to double the area of trees, covered by trees, and half sort of the area of the grazing land. Maybe you can show the last slide. Yes, here you see that the land covered more by trees, and then by the oceans, the covered by, for animals has to be, for domestic animals has to be much smaller. And also we need much less cropland for livestock, and we can increase the cropland for humans. So this would be sort of a moderate way, but we can change that by just eating to a vegan diet. Maybe you can say a few points still about the next slide, which is shown on the, okay. We have actually, this is actually a measure of what the present situation is. I call this the ignoble path. We maybe know from the Buddhist tradition the Buddha showed that there is a noble eightfold path. We go through, maybe you can show the next one. The next one. Okay, this is what the Noble Eightfold Path of the Buddha. So he starts at the right view, that you can start with, and go to right thinking. If you think the right way, right speech, then the right action, livelihood, right diligence, right mindfulness, and right concentration. Unfortunately, at the Earth is now, we are having the wrong view, the wrong thinking, the wrong speech, the wrong action, the wrong livelihood, the wrong diligence, the wrong mindfulness, the wrong concentration. Maybe we can both go back 2 slides again. Yes, so this is actually ignoble path. So we can start, what we see there on the top, you see here where we start actually, so the view which we have. It's the male domination. It's competition, guns, violence, and war. And then what we have done in ancient history is to cut down trees. So take away the source of oxygen and increase the CO2. And the animals, we have domesticated the animals and put them in cages. Very cool way. Then on top of that, in the end, we have cut down the Industrial Revolution. We have created more and more of fabrics and factories and created this global warming. Global warming as shown as here. This is the CO2 actually during the first 10,000 years, and only the last part where it is suddenly increased, which is so abnormal. It hasn't happened ever before in the last 500,000 years. And here is the earth on fire. So we have to change that. We have to go to a vegan diet as soon as we can. Can we do the next one? The noble path. This is noble path, where we go with the right view, ahimsa, to do no harm. Maybe more go to a maternal society instead of a paternal society as we have now. Take away the guns, and here we have to plant trees, liberate the domesticated animals, the sanctuary, and then see what we have gained, because we have in the history of 10,000 years, we have not, humanity has a lot of good. We have developed all the science, technology, we built beautiful cathedrals, pyramids, we have gotten rid of many diseases in the earth, so we have made tremendous progress. But now we have to make the next step to go to the final stage, where you go to a new earth, with green trees and decreasing the amount of heating and decrease global warming. And can all be done? It's a very simple solution, just the ways we eat every day. That may make the solution. It is in the hands of each of us to change that. So maybe we can go to a Q&A for questions and answers.
Thank you, Dr. Abraham. Any questions for Dr. Wood? How long has it been since you worked with models at GFDL?
Actually, it has been a long time. Actually, about 30 years. It's amazing. But that was actually in 96 when I retired. There was nothing was changing. The climate was, the global warming was increasing, and I didn't see any hope at all that we could manage the situation. I went in a completely different field. I went into body work and do sculpting. But recently, through a friend of ours, Lisa Burke, we heard about the existence of Dr. Rao and climatehealers.org. And that made all the difference in the world. Because first of all, I saw it as a possibility, a simple thing to do to solve the problems. It's amazing. So really, I'm very, very grateful to your guidance there. And I think my wife and I are working together on starting to make it form, because I think as we follow the teachings of Thich Nhat Hanh, and he is very clear. He said there are 4 sources of nourishment for humans. There's the edible foods, then there's the sense impressions, and then there is the what we call it? The consciousness and volition. And I think the volition and the consciousness is what I got actually from Dr. Lau. And now it's the volition, and this volition is so strong that you can do anything. It makes people powerful. So I think that's the way, if we can help people to be more strong and feel their power, that we can change things. It's possible.
Right.
Little.
Rebecca, do you want to ask directly? Or would you like me to ask?
Okay, I will ask. Thank you so much for that presentation, Dr. Ort. That was wonderful. I like the pace that you gave it. It gave it time to sink in. And I'm wondering about how your colleagues, your friends, we have mutual groups. And I wonder how they're taking this new view that you have of veganism as a part of climate change.
Your colleagues. You can talk about your colleagues.
Okay. Now, actually, the colleagues are not too interested. But they are so in their research and they don't see the whole picture. And they accept what's going on. Well, they are worried about it, I'm sure, but they don't see that could possibly be a solution. I think you have to go outside the field to see this, to come up with a solution, I think.
Right.
To be outside the earth and look at the earth and see what is going on. So it's weird, but, and I think there's a lot of fear also. And if the scientists also are very careful not to get rid of those resources, because they are supported often by the meat industry or by other industries, oil, gas industries. There's not much which are not affected by that. I guess the government is also affected by all these other things like the oil and the meat industry, and especially the meat industry is so powerful. No politician wants to touch it. It's too dangerous. They will lose. They're certainly not re-elected.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, there was a talk, I think yesterday or day before, on Humanity Rising, where the researcher was talking about aging research and how aging research is impacted by the patents that they can make from the aging research, by the money. And so they ignore the simple solution that they know is much better than anything that they're researching, which is eating right and exercising, because those impact life expectancy by 10, 15 years. And none of the aging research will do as much as that. But still, people ignore that because there is no money in it.
Mhm.
So we have a system in which we look for a solution, provided it makes money. So there's always a condition, provided it makes money, provided I can continue my grants that I'm getting from the government or whatever. So we are stuck in that mode of thinking. So it's why I'm grateful that I could sit and think about things without having to worry about, is it going to make me money?
Yeah.
Deb is asking, do we have a general year for when we will reach the point of no return in global warming?
I have no idea. I don't know. No.
Yeah.
Very hard to say. But
Yeah.
I think from the power of the vegan solution and the earth is so powerful. That's what we can do. So I think it will still possible to save us. I think it's. But we don't know for sure if we have turned the corner, and that. But I think the power is so large from the if you can cut down the CO2 addition by animal agriculture. That's so huge. As you showed yourself, it was more than 100%.
Right.
It is, we can reverse, in that sense, we should be able to reverse the situation and really improve things rather than just cutting an extra CO2 by just cutting the gas and oil. It doesn't help. It's good, but it doesn't help.
Right, right. Yeah, it's I'm a systems engineer, and for me, predicting when you've hit a point of no return is one of the hardest problems in systems engineering, because it's a highly nonlinear system that you're trying to analyze. And I say the only way you will know is to actually implement what you think is the solution and see if the system responds in the right direction. Do you see the CO2 coming down? See, until we see the CO2 levels in the atmosphere come down, we haven't even started working on a solution, right? If it's going up year after year, what solution are you talking about? There is no solution. You haven't done anything if it's going up year after year. So unless it starts coming down, the methane levels start coming down, the CO2 levels start coming down, then we can see whether we have crossed the point of no return or not.
Yeah, it may also be that even if we wouldn't have the CO2, the increase in gas and oil and coal, that maybe it would have happened anyway, the global warming. If let's say if the oceans would be filled up with carbon dioxide, not accept anymore, then any little thing will help to start warming. So it's possible that this could have happened anyway, also with animal agriculture, maybe at a slower rate, but that we have speeded it up by the carbon dioxide, by the coal and oil and gas.
Right.
So there's a lot of mystery in the ocean still. I think it's still terra incognita.
Right. Hariharan, did you want to ask the question directly? If you want, I can ask for you. So the question is, if we build a system model that is based on energy spent to accomplish the same task, can we show that veganism is the best way to achieve it? So if you build a system model based on energy flows.
Now, if you look at the history, I think it's you can't deny or so that will be can be a solution. I don't know if you can see how much the animal agriculture has changed the world in a sense, that we have changed the world from the beautiful earth to a much less beautiful earth. The deserts grow and everything. That is to reverse that by just changing the animal agriculture and the domesticated animals. They'll, I think, must help. Should help.
Right. So creating a system model. Actually, Hariharan, there is a book by Danny Harvey, and he looks at the embedded energy in food, and he shows that the embedded energy in food exceeds the embedded energy in every other human activity put together, because we are using so much animal food, because animals are an embodiment of a lot of energy. All that energy had to be photosynthesized and eaten by the animal and turned into muscle and all that. So they embed a lot of energy in their bodies. So please take a look at that. It's called Energy and the New Reality by L. Danny Harvey.
And I think the power actually of the approach of Binek and I have been involved in a group, in a local group with Lisa Berg and a friend Sami Saviarvi on bringing out the message of both climate and human health and animal liberation, the three topics. And I thought originally that climate was the most important, but I think after getting more in touch with the suffering of animals, I think animal liberation is maybe the most important one. And that we can approach people by the human health. I think most people are most interested in their own health. So I think that's maybe the best way to approach the human health issue. And that's so obvious that you have to get the information across, educate people. That is the major thing. So I think what Peter has done in the previous talk, that is the primary thing, to spread the message, and how to do that in a loving way and not creating hate. So that's very important, because I think we have all to work together with different organizations. And even if we don't completely agree with them, but we have to work together.
Alison, did you want to ask your question directly?
Sure. 1 second.
Okay.
Hello, Bram.
Yeah.
I wanted to ask you about an effort that the Million Vegan Grandmothers made. I think it's almost a year ago now. The NOAA organization maintains a list online of what individuals can do to address climate change. And it includes things like changing your light bulbs and walking more, those types of things that are really focused on changing the way you use energy. And it does not include, there's nothing about reducing the amount of meat that you eat. There's nothing about going vegan. And the Million Vegan Grandmothers wrote a letter to the person in charge of that list. And at first they responded that no, that it wasn't on their list because they're based in science. And unless we could present scientific evidence that reducing meat consumption and going vegan would have an impact, then it wasn't going to be on their list. And so we did present 3 different sources of scientific evidence. And they did write back. They had someone from their staff who was vegetarian write back and she said that they were in the process of reevaluating the list and not to get our hopes up. So you mentioned a few minutes ago that NOAA is dependent on monies that are contributed, but I wondered what the sources are. Isn't it? I thought NOAA was government funded, that it was government based. It should be.
Yeah, but of course, what is the government? It's the government is gets its money, I guess, or the politicians at least get their money from the different industries. So I think the whole system is somewhat polluted, and so I don't think nobody is free. You can't live without hurting a little bit the environment. Yeah, we have to do our best, but it is there's no escape in a sense. It's the second law of thermodynamics in the sense that by doing any actions, you have to create some heat, some energy. But we can do the best we can, and I think by just the simple practices of breathing and eating and good eating and doing your best will be. That's what Thich Nhat Hanh also said. It's the practice. You practice how you eat, not only what you eat, but how you eat it. You eat it with reverence to what the plants give and what the animals give to you. It's a whole life is a practice in the sense of learning.
So then NOAA is paid for by taxpayers. Is that what you're saying?
Let me chime in here. So my son worked in the field of nutrition as a scientist, but his work was paid by the milk industry, but he was paid by Uncle Sam.
Yeah. Okay. So the Million Vegan Grandmothers really need to follow up on those communications that we had with NOAA and insist that, this is taxpayer dollars that are going to NOAA, and they're not including all of the evidence, not including the scientific evidence. They're not representing the message that needs to be sent out.
I think the scientists do their best, like in the IPCC report, they do their best to create all the necessary information. But then in the reports, it's colored because of the governments won't approve it if it has all these expected these solutions which don't work. So people have been very careful, too careful probably, and so they do their best, and it still gives a lot of information. But we can use the information very well for what we are doing too. But we have to see where the conclusions may not be the right ones.
Yeah.
Thank you, Brian.
Yeah, thank you, Brian. So there's a question from Ray. Do you want to ask your question directly?
Hi, Abraham. Great presentation. And I'm excited to hear a scientist talk about Thich Nhat Hanh and introduce a spiritual element to the solutions. Science is about measuring things. And Dr. Rao talks about Gus Speth's famous quote where he said, scientists can't solve apathy. Apathy is the real problem. We have to get people involved and care about this problem. And I can't imagine you would have very many conversations about Thich Nhat Hanh within NOAA, the organization, because scientists kind of treasure that sterile facts only kind of attitude. And as soon as you bring in spirituality or any sort of, soft science sociology, that they kind of tune out and go, well, you're kind of compromising your scientific integrity. Are you not? But they will turn around and say, well, we won't look at vegan solutions because people won't go vegan. And I go, aha, you just got out of your lane in your hard science and made a sociological judgment. How dare you? How dare you make policies based on your personal opinions on whether the world will go vegan or not, right? I thank you for introducing this greater scope. I realize that you're retired, and there's a lot of people that, you know, that's a great sweet spot, especially with the million vegan grandmothers. After you're retired, you don't have to toe the line with the company policies and speak your mind, and that really helps, especially with an older generation that, you know, we still have to learn things.
Yeah, getting old helps in a sense. But, you do the best you can. But thank you also for your pictures you made. They were very beautiful, the last ones we showed. Yeah, about the ignoble and the noble path. Very good.
It was like nice seeing them come to life. Now I know what I'm speaking.
Yeah. Thank you, Ray. There's a question about the hockey stick. Hold on. So there was the hockey stick graph on temperature was compiled by Michael Mann and many others. And the question he's asking is, what would it take for the environmental and scientific community to take their heads out of the sand on animal agriculture?
Yeah, I guess you have to, people are often too simple-minded. They say, okay, there's a certain argument, things go together, seem to go together, but they are not, one may not be the cause of the other. Global warming may not be the cause by the coal and coal industry and the oil. So you have to be a little bit more careful and want to look further down. So we have to go back into history.
Right.
So you have to use your mind. And it's not that simple. The climate system, all these components work together, all of them in harmony. But if you start to disturb all of them, in a sense, and so how you have to look at what is happening in all of them. You can't be just take one part. It's like in science or so, that you look at a laboratory and look at a certain space and say, okay, that is what's happening in the world. But they're all open boundaries. You've constantly exchange. And I think the problem is that people think that they are closed. But if we would be a closed system, then we would die immediately because we won't get the oxygen inside. We need the oxygen and the food. So these open systems are all interconnected. So you have to look at the whole system. And I think it's not that complex, but it's complex, but not that easy to understand. But you have to be an open mind. But many people are too closed mind, like what you say, closed on money, or closed on being fame or whatever, or sex, whatever it is. But you have to be an open mind and to see what what reality is, and love and compassion.
Yeah. For me, it was all, I was asking, the IPCC is saying that the 3 trillion trees and the soil they live on are storing twice as much carbon as in the entire atmosphere, and 4 times as much carbon as in all the fossil fuels we've burned to death. It's their data, it's not mine. It's their own data. It's saying that. Then why would they not think that the 3 trillion trees that you cut can reverse climate change? Why would they not make that leap? It's not a big leap to make. It's a very logical next step. to say that, but it seems to just go over their heads. And I'm standing there saying, what am I? Am I crazy or are they crazy? I mean, somebody is not looking at the data and putting two and two together.
Yeah. Yeah, it's going outside, I guess, and look at the picture as a whole, integrate the whole, rather than just looking at the detail only, because they're all working together. So,
Right. Yeah, I do get, some academics, when they talk to me, they do say privately, we completely agree with you, we know this, but we cannot say it. And I'm saying, when are you going to say it? I mean, what needs to happen to the planet before you say it? When will we have the courage to say what we know to be the truth?
yeah. And it's very weird that you say that as a solution and you don't want to go that way.
Yeah. I mean, they privately they agree with me. They say, actually, I'm a big fan of yours. That's the exact quote I got. I said, I don't want any fans. I want someone to step up and agree, and say, yes, this is right, because that will burst the dam. If an academic or someone in the IPCC says, yes, if we go vegan, we can reverse climate change. If someone says that, then it'll burst the dam, right?
Yeah.
And but by keeping quiet and at the same time saying that they're really, really concerned about climate change and it's gone beyond and we are all idiots and all, I mean, all kinds of statements come out of them, except telling people there is a solution.
Yeah.
That's based on veganism.
Yeah, it's very weird, very strange, very strange.
I mean, I used to work in corporations. I used to work, I mean, I never worked in academia like that, but we always had this idea, and I was doing my PhD, we always had this idea of academic integrity.
Yeah.
Scientific integrity.
Yeah.
And that was most important, right? But at least I was working in engineering where people didn't lie. Because if you lied in engineering, you'll never build anything that actually works.
Mm-hmm.
You have to be in alignment with nature in engineering, right? Ultimately, nature decides whether your product is going to work or not.
Mm-hmm.
So we were fortunate, I guess, that I was working in a discipline where no one lied to me. Lying was not normal.
No, I think the scientists didn't lie to me, and but they didn't realize, or they didn't know. But now they should know.
They should know. It's not a lie. It's basically an omission.
Yeah.
It's an omission. They're not actively making up stuff. They're just omitting this part. This is exactly how even the protein myth is caused, right? You say protein is in meat, which is true. What they didn't tell you is that protein is in everything.
Yeah. So they stop actually interacting with you, isn't it so? They put a boundary there between you and these other scientists.
Yeah. I had difficulty getting any European or North American journal to publish my paper. So I finally got it published in India.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. Now we have Robert Grillo is here, and who's going to address what we can do with governments. Perfect segue for you, Robert. Thank you so much for being here.
Thank you so much for having me. It's great to see you guys.
Take it away.
All right. Can I get access to share my screen?
You should be a co-host. Yes, you should be able to share. Yeah.
All right. Well, thank you so much for having me, and I hope it's very interesting what I've been hearing so far. And what I hope to bring to this discussion is a different way, perhaps, to take action than we often hear about in our movement. It's very common to hear about what I'm talking about in other social movements, like movements for racial justice, and even in the environmental movement, and even in the class and equity, class movement or movement for more equity. Very common to hear about grassroots activism and taking action from a grassroots perspective. But in our movement, it's conspicuously absent for the most part. And that is, I would argue, one of the biggest obstacles to progress. And what I've learned in the last several years from studying other social movements has really opened my eyes to how we could apply many of these lessons learned to our own work. And it's also been, frankly, honestly, a source of great frustration of mine to see the lack of understanding, value, appreciation for the grassroots side of movements and how we can leverage that to our advantage. So I want to talk about a little bit about that today in the context of Free From Harm, which is the organization I founded in 2009. It's a long time. Had to think about that for a minute. For those who haven't heard of Free From Harm, our mission has changed a bit over the years. It used to be just education and outreach. But then we realized that that's just the beginning. Like, education and outreach is important, but that doesn't alone bring about a social movement. And so we started to realize that we needed to change our mission. Our current mission is to advance a plant-based and slaughter-free food system, as well as challenge the dominance of animal agriculture through bold and innovative grassroots action. And I'd like to explain why I think taking bold and innovative action is important, critical, and what it actually means. So in five, I'll break it down into kind of five main reasons. First, like I said before, taking bold action builds on the successes of other important social movements and other nonviolent resistance movements, not just throughout history, but in the current times, right? So, for example, when we look at a movement like Black Lives Matter or just racial justice in general, what we find is that there were certain events that became trigger events that really galvanized public support. And where did the leaders of Black Lives Matter or Occupy Wall Street direct their attention? Or even the environmental movement in terms of trying to move away from fossil fuels and to renewable forms of energy, which is the primary focus of the environmental movement. What they did is they looked at the top companies, the top polluters, the top people running those organizations, the top people in government that were they're doing their bidding because they make money. They get money from them for their campaign contributions and PACs. Occupy Wall Street went after the top banks, the top Wall Street investors, the people that were really responsible for what was happening. Black Lives Matter went after the top people in the criminal justice system and demanded change. So why aren't we more actively demanding change from not just, Congress, but also the food system, the people that are basically calling the shots? And we all know how centralized our food system has become. And so there's only a handful of companies that really control things. And then there's about 20 or 30 Congress people that really control things. So why aren't we directing our attention to these incredibly powerful people making such consequential decisions that affect billions of animals lives, the fate of billions of animals, and the decisions that millions of humans have in terms of food options. I'm not sure why, but that's what I want to argue that we should be doing.
Robert, can you go into slideshow mode?
Sure.
Okay.
Yeah, let me see how that works here with me being able to see. That's perfect.
Yeah, perfect. Thank you.
The second reason is that when we take bold action, we're also exercising our rights and freedoms. And that's incredibly important, because if we don't use our voice, if we don't speak truth to power, if we don't engage in action, we're not using our rights, and we risk losing them. We don't keep a democracy, or we don't preserve a democracy or try to move in that direction unless we actually exercise the democratic process. The third reason is connected to this, that, I always say that our struggle for animals and the planet is also a struggle for democracy, because it's under attack just as much as animals and the planet are under attack. Also, number 4, so taking bold action is the spark. I like to say it's the spark that creates the momentum, that creates also the popular support that a movement needs to propel itself into the mainstream consciousness. And we haven't gotten there yet, because we haven't, in many ways, haven't taken the bold action that's necessary on a scale that I think we would need to. But the fifth and last reason we take bold action is we want media attention, right? We want the public's attention. And we have to do this not with lots of facts and figures, but with emotions and capturing our audience's hearts and minds. Yes, science is important, facts and figures are important, but the studies I've looked at show that people are much generally moved by emotional stories and symbolic stories with heavy symbolic content, which is why certain movements take on a mantra that really works for them, like freedom to marry, like Black Lives Matter, like silence equals death. Just a few words that capture the meaning of the movement. And I often ponder what that is for us, but I don't think we have a unified message like that. So one of the most important things, I think, when carrying out a social movement is to understand the power structure. And this is where I think we often don't look at, whereas other movements, it's one of the most fundamental things to look at. So when it comes to looking at how decisions are made about funding animal agriculture or funding plant-based proteins or plant-based agriculture, we look to the Farm Bill, because that's the most consequential piece of legislation that provides funding for the agriculture industry overall. And we're in the throes of it right now. But many think that nothing will happen until next year. But when it comes to the Farm Bill, it's a federal bill. And so that means that our attention should be directed at Congress, particularly the people that are on the committees, the Senate and House agriculture committees that are drafting the initial bills for the Senate, Democrat and Republican sides of the versions of the bill. So, but all Congress people eventually have to vote for the bill, which means that we should be educating them and putting pressure on them to vote for a food system, for a future food system that we want. And in our case, we're asking for an end to animal agriculture subsidies. We call it the big animal ag bailout. It's a hugely big waste of money. I don't know how else to say it. This is a $256 billion industry that does not need to be bailed out. In some sectors like chicken, it's making record profits and experiencing record growth. It does not need money from working Americans. And this is the message that we have for Congress people. We ask them to vote against any farm bill that will bail out, that continue this massive bailout of this industry, and direct those subsidies to plant proteins instead. So the reason why we like using or leveraging the Farm Bill or an issue like bird flu is because it's in the news cycle. And we want to insert our voice in the news cycle. Whatever's newsworthy is of interest to us, especially if it's agriculture related. And we think that there's a strong likelihood that, in fact, we see it, people across the political spectrum believe fundamentally that it's wrong for hardworking Americans to be paying for problems that an industry like animal agriculture has created, like bird flu. We've spent billions of tax dollars to mitigate bird flu outbreaks across the country. The industry pays nothing for it. Taxpayers pay everything, including the replacement of the millions of chicks from the hatcheries after the factory farms and facilities are sanitized with toxic chemicals. We even pay for the new chicks. So it's a great booming business for the hatcheries. And the industry's profits are protected and taxpayers foot the bill. Another reason why we like bird flu is because we look at it as an Achilles heel. In other words, it's a vulnerability that if things keep going bad and things continue the way they are going with bird flu, this could really negatively impact the industry, the chicken and egg and dairy industries, because there's no end in sight here. This has been 2 years now that this outbreak has been happening, and it keeps coming up. We keep hearing about new infections, and over 200 mammals now on the planet, the USDA has documented have tested positive for bird flu. We also like to focus on these bird flu and farm bill issues because we can expose some of the industry's most heinous practices, like ventilation shutdown, which is cooking birds alive. It's the cheapest, fastest way to kill millions of birds that are part of an outbreak like bird flu. And we also like the fact that working on bird flu and the farm bill is, like I said earlier, engaging in the political process, in the process of using our rights and calling for an end to the corruption that's threatening our democratic processes. We also like the fact that it fits with our mission of speaking truth to power and targeting the top power holders in the food industry and in Congress. Like I said, these are decisions that impact billions of animals and human lives. And so we have here a model of escalation that we often refer to, because it's important to have a path for activism, and that you don't just give up when your organization and its supporters have sent hundreds and thousands of emails and phone calls to their congresspeople saying, don't support the EATS Act, or don't, whatever it is. those only go so far sometimes. So we have to determine what we're going to do once those measures fail. And in a nonviolent framework, how we're going to escalate our pressure and momentum on our target, which is people working on the Farm Bill, Congress people working on the Farm Bill. So that might mean then escalating to the next level, which would be getting groups of people together to go visit their Congress people and trying to get meetings with them, which will be difficult. Our senator here in Illinois, Dick Durbin, who's going on one of the longest standing senators, one of the most powerful. He's on the Senate Agriculture Committee, hasn't said a thing about the Farm Bill in the last 6 months, hasn't done a town hall to talk to people in his district or in the state about their concerns about the Farm Bill or anything else, hasn't held a town hall in the Chicago area since 2018. Won't take meetings. So we went to his office and we talked to staff. We told him, we delivered our message about the Farm Bill and that we urge him to vote against any Farm Bill, any version of a Farm Bill that continues this disastrous and massive bailout of animal agriculture, despite all the little things that they throw in to make it seem like they're doing some good things. Nothing really, everything is undermined. All those good things, unfortunately, are undermined by the massive animal agriculture bailout that they're all for. They're all for the pro-animal ag. And then, so the highest level of escalation is protest and confrontation. And so when the office visit attempts don't work, then you have to decide, how are you going to get in front of these power holders? How are you going to get that important message out and put pressure on these people and make them understand that we're here, we're not going away. And so this means finding them ideally in public venues, like a press conference would be great because the media is there. The media will cover what you're doing 9 times out of 10. So the DNC is coming up. The DNC is a wonderful opportunity for us to get to talk directly to lots of different Congress people that are involved in agriculture and the Farm Bill. So we look forward to that. But yeah, we have to get in front of them. That to me is a key point here in terms of this escalation model. And we help a lot of people in terms of trying to plan actions of their own, because we want to provide a model and we want to model actions for others so that they can brainstorm and develop their actions where they are. Here's just our quick checklist of this is what makes a good action, basically, the nuts and bolts. Who's your target? Who are you targeting? Who's the power holder? Is it your Senator Dick Durbin or other senator or congressperson? Where are they going to appear? What events and future opportunities are there? Maybe it's a community event. Maybe it's a gay pride parade, which Dick Durbin marches in every year. And then study the history of your target and what's their history and track record of showing up for things. And that could give you a good clue into what to look for in the future. And then some good questions to ask, I think, are, is this going to be a face-to-face action? Assuming that you've already gotten to a point where, oh yeah, you and your supporters have contacted this person until you're blue in the face and they easily ignore you. Is this a face-to-face action? Is your target likely to be present at this event? Is the media likely to cover it? We want that. Remember, we want to have media attention, because I often tell people, it used to be me too, complain about the fact that the media never comes to our events. Have you heard that? A lot of times we bemoan the fact that the media doesn't want to cover this subject, and they don't want to come to our events. But what we should be doing is what other movements do, which is go to their events. So like brilliant ideas are just like get in front of the cameras. If somebody, you know, like is of some consequence is doing a speech and you have an important message, then you need to get in front of the media and insert yourself in the situation, in the places of where power is, not on the outside, but where they are, and you know, you're being a part of it. And then you ask yourself, I think a good question is it feasible for you and your team? Can you pull it off? Have you thought through all the logistics? And if there's a public audience, that's even better. However, the media being there is most important, because if you get media coverage, then you get hopefully a lot of coverage, you know, you get a lot of exposure to the public. And so now I have two more parts to this, if that's okay. I have a short highlights video showing you some of our actions that we've done at animal agriculture conferences, at congressional farm bill hearings, and similar kinds of events where power holders are, just to give you a flavor for some of the work we and our you know, supporters around the country have been doing. So let me just change this sharing. Okay. All right. I'm just going to go into slideshow mode. Go. Hold on, I'm sorry. That do it. Let's see. Enter full screen. There we go. Okay. Can everyone see this video screen here?
Yes, we can.
Considering the fact that the chicken industry has a record profits recently, rather than the beginning today is spending billions of taxpayer money to get we're going to fight on their own. It's an operating expense for them, not something the public should be paying for.
Taxpayer dollars bailing out the chicken and egg industry for a bird flu nightmare that they created. The USDA's mission is to create safe and nutritious foods, yet instead, you are the chicken industry's puppet, protecting an industry making record profits and betraying America's health and safety. This industry forces millions of birds to live in small confinement, perfect conditions for new pandemics, with a constant supply of new COVID.
Defund factory farms! Stop the bird flu bailout! So how can you greenwash dairy? How can you sit up there and pretend that the dairy industry is anything but cruel and inhumane and unsustainable? None of you honestly believe that exploiting millions of cows for their milk could ever be sustainable when there are so many plant-based alternatives. And now, to add insult to injury, your industry feeds chicken feces that is infected with bird flu to dairy cows So now cows have become the vector for human bird flu infection. Experts have been warning about a potential bird flu pandemic for years. But now the worst part of this is that Congress is bailing this industry out with our hardworking tax dollars. You caused these disease outbreaks. We are not going to pay to bail out the industry.
Not another penny for putting millions of birds alive. Drought is caused by animal agriculture, and we will keep disrupting until we switch to a plant-based food system.
Hardworking Americans are paying for this entire process, over $1 billion and counting so far. And the chicken and egg industries are paying nothing.
Animal agriculture is one of the leading causes of drought and climate change.
Committee will be in order. There being order. The committee will stand in recess until the police can restore order.
You know, it's kind of a kiddie video, don't you think? I mean, you guys are taking advantage of an event where you're not really paying for anything, you're just taking advantage of people.
American tax dollars should not be spent on bailing out the animal ag industry, which has bird flu and other diseases and horrible conditions the animals are in.
Animal agriculture is one of the leading causes of climate change. 54% of the water in the Colorado Basin goes toward animal farming. This is the climate crisis. We need to end the causes, not fund them. Animal ag is causing the climate crisis.
Don't touch her. Don't touch her. Don't touch her.
Okay, so I'm going back to my slide. I have just one more closing slide here. Thanks for bearing with me. I just want to close with introducing a new effort we call Action Hour, which is a weekly Zoom call that anybody can call in to get help. It's kind of like a hotline, but it's a Zoom line. So it's a once a week session where activists can come in and ask their questions and get the help they need to plan their bold and innovative grassroots action for food system change. We do breakout sessions and follow-ups with people that need more in-depth help. So please look for Action Hour. We're putting a lot of effort into promoting it, so hopefully you'll see it around. And even if you just want to drop in and see what it's like and what's going on and just observe, that's totally fine too. So thank you so much for your time and interest today.
Thank you, Robert, for all that you do. May I ask you what happened after you got arrested?
Well, you know, that's an interesting thing because contrary to popular belief, I would say, most people think it was really quite a dramatic thing to be arrested. But actually, prior to that happening, let me just give you a little bit of context. We had been waiting for 5 hours trying to get into the hearing room, which was supposed to be open to the public and supposed to have seating for the public. But we waited out in line for 3 hours with a bunch of lobbyist people. And at a certain point, we said, you know what, if we're going to get in, we're just going to have to get in front of this line. And we're going to have to find a moment, maybe a split second when the door person is distracted and they don't see us get in. And that's what happened. The 5 of us got in, 3 of us did spoke out of turn, which is grounds for arrest. They can arrest you for speaking out of turn after the gavel goes down and they call for order in the hearing. And so 3 of us were arrested on a disorderly conduct charge, which was a $35 fine and about a 2-hour detainment while they're writing up the police report. But I can tell you it was a minor inconvenience compared to the incredibly oppressive environment in the halls of Congress and where things like farm bills are being deliberated. It's a hostile environment for the public that are interested in, and you know, they don't necessarily know we're activists. They do now, but at the time they didn't. And so it's hostile to the public. So it's concerning to me on the level of, you know, a free society that we aspire to be, that members of the public are treated pretty poorly, terribly in these kinds of settings.
Yeah. One question in the chat is, can you ask, well, when does Action Hour happen? Weekly?
Thank you for asking. I should have said that. It happens on Wednesdays at 5:30 p.m. Central Time. And it's an hour long.
And is there a Zoom link that you can share, or is it?
Yes, there's a registration link that I can share in the chat for sure.
Okay. Yeah, that'll be good. And Rebecca is asking, maybe I'll get to Rebecca after Liz. Liz, do you want to ask your question?
Hi. Robert, it's such a pleasure to meet you. I remember first being inspired by your work on a LinkedIn page on one of the first vegetarian groups or something. And I just can't tell you how excited I was to read about what you were doing and the impact you were making. I wanted to let you know that I think open mic opportunities with our local academic administration, the city, you know, you have these board meetings where they have public comments, and you did such a good job. You're showing some examples of what can be done. There's an open invitation right there. All of us should be looking at the schedule for your local academic administration's board meeting. Put it on your calendar, get some friends together, and just go show up. Sometimes they request that you file intent to speak. So go to their websites, file your intent, get on the list. And then, yeah, we just have to keep bringing it up and stirring the pot. And one of my things is I'm asking for new accredited curriculum in plant-based foods for chef training programs. If we can get to the root of education and change the system so that we have informed consumers, K through 12, we have chefs trained in plant-based foods, doctors trained in nutrition, and just more consumer education will get us to the finish line here. So you're leading the way. And I wanted to thank you for just being an inspiration over the years. I've been vegan for about 12 years now, and I've really enjoyed following your work. So thank you very much.
Oh, thank you so much, Liz. Appreciate that.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, Liz does a lot of local activism and she's amazing.
That's
Yeah.
great to hear.
Yeah, it's about using every because it's a, as you pointed out, it's a very repressive system.
Yes. I'd just like to add to, to build on what Liz was saying, that I think, many people don't not vegan or not, or, whether they're in our movement or not, have very little grasp of just how powerful certain people are in our food system. And by directing our attention on them, there's so much at stake, and it's so worth it. It really fires people up to even just to get awareness out to them. So we knew that when we were at that Senate hearing where we were arrested, for example, those are some of the top decision makers in the country that are deciding how $1.5 trillion is going to be spent over the next 5 years in the agriculture industry. They want to pour a bunch of money into animal agriculture. It's like pouring money into fossil fuels and dirty energy. It makes no sense. And they need to hear that a dissenting view, even if that dissenting view doesn't change the farm bill for this go around. It plants the seeds for a future change, which is what we aspire to do. What we do is it's called changing the weather activism. It's used in other movements too, but it's about awareness directed at power holders. And so I just can't emphasize the importance of more of us, taking that route.
Rebecca, did you want to ask your question directly? Okay, I can ask. There you are.
Well, I wanted to know if you have planned attorneys ready to go, if you have attorneys in your group. That's what I did with One Action, had some attorneys there, and we also had people who didn't have attorneys there. And so I wonder if you'd talk about that. Thank you.
Yeah, I think maybe, Rebecca, you mean like for legal support, right? For the activists?
Yes.
Right.
Yes. When we do, so with the, we calculate the risk involved, and then we build our legal support based on that, with what we think the risk is. So with the Senate or congressional hearings, we know there's a 50-50 chance. If the gavel goes down and we're still talking, there's a 50-50 chance. The police can be nice, the Capitol Police can be nice and say, hey, I'm sorry, you got to go, and kind of start pushing you out. Or they can put handcuffs on you right away. I personally think that what happened with the Thompson, who's the chairman of that hearing, Agriculture Committee, I think he disliked us very much, and I think that he wanted the police to take as a Diocletian, to crack down on us and teach us a lesson. The interesting thing about that, though, is that it actually heightened the interest in our action, and we had reporters from Politico and The Hill and Bloomberg asking us questions about our action and our position. So it actually generated a lot more interest than had we not been arrested. In other actions where we're in, like, let's say we're doing, you saw one of the videos, I actually waited for the Q&A, and I was the first person to be asked if I wanted to ask a question, I said, sure, I'd love to be that got the microphone. There was a room about 400 or 500 people, and I knew the microphone would help as far as being clearly heard. So that was playing by their rules. And I didn't expect to be like arrested or have any legal issues for that. But in the case of hotels or conference centers or trade events, the risk is generally pretty low because the police, as long as you comply with the order of police to leave, that's generally a situation where you're going to leave and there's going to be no incident. But usually you're gone way before the police even show up. But we do have legal support, and we always have it because it's also good for us to know, to have the legal support, because when we know what our rights are and we know what our responsibilities and rights are, we're willing to take bolder action.
It's a question. Yeah, thanks. Thanks, Rebecca. And thank you, Robert. It's a question. Do you have any advice for those of us who are employed by local governments and worry about repercussions? So
that could be tricky. Yeah, that could be tricky because they could reprimand you, but you'd have to know on what grounds they could reprimand, or whether they could do it or not. But even if everybody has, certain, I don't want to say conflicts of interest, because that's not necessarily the right word, but if you get where I'm going with this, like we all have connections with others and other organizations. And sometimes that makes us difficult to act in the way we would like to act. And I think each person has to kind of navigate that for themselves. If I was working a government job, I would really want to investigate, like, whether or not I could take a bold action that might end up with a misdemeanor charge of disorderly conduct. It may or may not. Oftentimes it won't, doing this kind of stuff. But if you do engage in civil disobedience and there is a chance of arrest on a low misdemeanor charge, usually a low misdemeanor charge is not grounds for any consequences with work.
Mm-hmm.
So it has to be like a felony charge usually.
Yeah. They elaborated a bit. I'm part of a union, but still have concerns as a working class person of color and survival. I worry about my ability to help other species being hindered if I lose my means of survival and healthcare coverage. It's a very personal decision that you're making, right? Every one of us has to make it on our own.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
I mean, I feel, yes, absolutely. Weighing all the complexities of the decision. The one thing I just, and this is not in response necessarily to that last person, I completely understand that position that they're in. I feel fortunate because I'm able to do this. I feel privileged that I can do this, and I think fortunate that I can do it. But one of the biggest obstacles to becoming active or more active is fear. It's really the fear of the unknown, the fear of not being in front of an audience where you have a dissenting view.
Right.
And the media also maybe even capturing that. And so it takes a lot of preparation for some people to really get there mentally, psychologically, where they're ready to do something. But there's also lots of other roles where you don't have to necessarily be in the spotlight. And you're not the person speaking. You're the person taking video, or you're the person playing many of the other roles, kind of the behind the scenes roles that are needed in order to organize an action like the ones I showed you in the video. It's 80% planning and 20% doing. The 80% planning, we need lots of folks for that kind of 80% work.
Right. Paige?
Hi,
Go ahead.
Robert. Hi.
Hi, Paige.
Hi there. So what would you say to someone who doesn't necessarily want to get arrested, but would like to take it up a notch? Not that you want to get arrested. I'm just saying, you know, someone who looks like me, who can get myself into a courtroom. I've been able to get myself into situations because they don't think I'm going to be someone who would be a disruptor. And at the same time, you know, I want to kind of move the needle to the next impact without getting arrested. So I know we don't know when we're going to get arrested, but what would you suggest for someone, you know, someone like me?
Yeah, well, there's that. Yeah, I think that's a great question, because there's a lot of low risk, lower risk, and it's all about risk. Everything's a risk. Everything we do is a risk. We never know what's going to happen sometimes, even if we're just standing on a street corner and we're doing like a fur protest, or, you know, some crazy person could come out of the bushes and, you know, start harassing us, or worse. We never know. But at the same time, there's lots of de-escalation tactics that we can use to resolve conflicts in the moment and to de-escalate situations that are getting a little bit out of hand. So, but the important thing is, I would like to suggest this. The important thing to me is getting in front of, face to face with those in power that have the power to meet your demand. If our demand is a transition, a just transition to a plant-based food system, the important thing is our ability to be able to communicate that face to face, because they can't ignore us in that environment. It's not so much disrupting, but finding opportunities to get face to face. So it could be a town hall. It could be an office visit. You could find your senator or congressperson at a pride parade, or other kind of parade, or other kind of event. And if you can get face to face and get that on video so people can see that this is possible, the more we put that out there, I think the more people will make the effort and see the value in doing it. That makes sense?
But, yes, it does make sense. I was with someone that you know well from New York activism, and we saw Jane Fonda recently in Beverly Hills at an art event.
Yeah.
And this person had shared with me that she had thanked Jane Fonda for her work with the animals. And she kind of had this puzzled look on her face. And so I said, oh, that's such a good idea. I'm going to do it too. So I went up and I said, Jane, thank you so much for your work for the animals, for the planet, and allowing and bringing Joaquin Phoenix on stage in 2019 at the climate summit, the Fire Drill Fridays. And she kind of looked at me and she said, I love Joaquin Phoenix. And that was it. And I thought, you know what? That's the kind of thing, like, not try to, but just say thank you. And that was, to me, a bold move. And I felt really good about it.
Great job, Paige.
That's great. Yeah.
So I'm going to do more of those. So, but, do you have somewhere where people can see your de-escalation tactics for us? Like, is there like a tip sheet or something like that?
Good question. There are some resources that I would recommend. And yeah, I could certainly, I can't come up with a link on the spot, but I do have some resources that I could refer someone to. it's important, like, I think, to gauge, when we gauge a situation and we find that there's tension brewing or there's somebody who's really hostile, sometimes sitting down is one of the most de-escalating things we could do. Actually finding a seat. If we're standing giving a speak out, or moving away from that person that's hostile or agitated, moving away from that person. Or if the police seem overly exaggerated in their response to us, find a seat and put your hands up. There's a lot of things like that that activists do to diffuse and try to bring more peace to the situation, because we're kind of walking a tightrope. Like, we need to agitate, we need to create a crisis. It's a moral crisis that we're in, right? And we need to express that. We're experiencing a moral urgent crisis with the planet and with animals and with ourselves. We have a future pandemic that could potentially really do some damage. So we have to walk this we have to find this balance where we're impressing upon people the urgency, the seriousness, but also not, we don't want to, we don't want to create a violent situation. So fortunately, I've never been, I've been in situations where there's people that were really agitated. In my younger years, I kind of fought with them a little bit, kind of like maybe had a, argument. But I think I've learned how to use de-escalation in a way that has, fortunately, I've not been in situations that are threatening like that. And I'm not saying they don't exist, of course, but I think we just need to, kind of learn that and use it to our advantage, and walk that kind of tightrope.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you for your work.
Thank you, Paige.
Question from the chat. In such intangible work, how do you measure your results, especially for funding sources?
So I like that question, because I think we should always determine how we measure success and how we define success. There's lots of different ways to define success. I wouldn't necessarily, I think there's a lot of tangible, concrete measures of success. I'll give a few. Like, so for example, when we started this process of speaking out about the bird flu situation and the bailout money, the over $1 billion being spent, of our tax dollars being spent to bail out the industries for their bird flu mess that they've created. Nobody in the media was really saying anything negative about this policy. No one was questioning, nothing that I could see.
Right.
About questioning that the policy, this disastrous policy of bailing out an industry and protecting their profits, when they're the actual problem, they're creating the problem. Until about 8 months into this, we saw on the cover of the New York Times cover story, a story that basically captured what we have been saying, what we have been getting thrown out of rooms for in front of powerful people, saying basically the same thing. Is it really the right way to solve a bird flu crisis by giving the industry millions of dollars and killing millions of chickens? Is that really the way to solve this problem? And that was the critical story that the New York Times and other mainstream media outlets started putting out, which didn't mention us, but that doesn't matter, you see, because the important thing is that our message has permeated mainstream consciousness at that point. That's one of the big steps forward. So there's a tangible result. Another measure of that I'll just mention real quick. Another measure of success or progress, I suppose you could say, is, and this is coming from Paul and Mark Engler, who are wonderful scholars and activists themselves, who wrote the book, This is an Uprising. One of the big, so there's two. Are you building capacity, and are you building popular support? And if you can say that you're doing one or both of those things, then you're on the right direction. If the tide of popular support is turning in your favor, and you're building capacity in terms of supporters, volunteers, activists that are getting more involved, that's a good sign.
Another question is, have you had any success reaching out to vegan or vegetarian members of Congress?
Are there any? No, I know there's a few. So, no, actually, Cory Booker is one of the people on our team is in New Jersey and has tried to reach out to Cory Booker and get a meeting and pursue this model of activism that we're doing, and hasn't had much success yet. And so we know that some members like Cory Booker are more progressive in this way. But there's a great saying that I always love to refer to by Bill Moyer, not the TV host Bill Moyer, but the activist Bill Moyer, from the anti-war activist from the 60s, from the Vietnam War era. He said, movements lead, politicians follow. Social movements lead, politicians follow. Our expectations of what politicians do and think and how they make change, or whether they make change or not, should always be, we always have to, a movement always has to be behind any major legislative decision. So we have a lot of work to do to build that popular support before we can expect members of Congress to wake up and say, boy, I think I need to change my policy on this. It's kind of like the gay marriage example is a good one to look at, because the Clintons and Obama, they were all saying that marriage was just between a man and a woman, even progressives. And then the Supreme Court ruled that gay marriage was the law of the land. And all of a sudden, the politicians came out and said, oh, yeah, I've been for gay marriage for decades. I mean, when they're lying through their teeth. So the important lesson here is that we just need to hold politicians accountable, and we need to apply the necessary pressure to make to codify the changes into law. But that doesn't happen until we really build the support for that.
Okay. One last question is pretty quick, actually. Do you have a designated police liaison person at your actions?
No, because we have actions around the country, so there's no one person. There's several people that do that, play that role in different places and for different actions, and just like all the other roles. But yes, that varies.
That varies, but you do have one at each action, someone who can.
Yes, if we're expecting. So yes, to the extent that we're expecting a police presence, but that's more the exception than the rule.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's a question from Bhavna, but Bhavna, I think your question, you already answered it. So we'll move on to Jane. Thank you so much, Robert, for telling us about your actions. It's inspiring work that you're doing.
Thank you. My pleasure. Thank you for having me.
Next, we have the incomparable Jane Willis-Mitchell. So I was so surprised when I was on.
There we go.
I was on the Guardian website and I saw an ad for Unchained TV. So what?
Yeah. Yes, sirree. So hopefully you'll stay with us, Dr. Rao. I want to continue the conversation. We're huge fans of Robert Grillo, by the way, and just had him on talking about the Farm Bill, playing some of the clips of him disrupting some of the hearings. And we're going to have him on again talking about the bird flu, which is so terrifying. And so, I was thinking what to talk about this time, because you've graciously always given me the opportunity to talk about Unchained TV, which I will. But I started thinking about Vegan World 2026. And you, Dr. Rao, changed my life when I was at the Rowdy Girl Sanctuary in Texas, and this man walks onto the podium. Everybody's just having a big party, so I don't know how many people were paying attention to you, but I was going live, and you said, we are going to create a vegan world. We know why we have to do it. We just have to figure out how we do it. And we need to do it by 2026. And that blew my mind. I was like, wow, finally somebody articulating what we want to do. We want to create a vegan world and give us a deadline. We want to do it by 2026. And what we need to figure out is how. So that is really one of the inspirations behind our nonprofit media network, because we immediately started doing a documentary on you. And I want to share my screen and play a clip. I don't know if this is 2018. This is one of either the earliest convergence or the second convergence when they were happening in person in Arizona. But let's play a clip and then discuss on the other side, because I'm really interested in sort of getting a progress report. We're less than a year and a half from 2026. Where are we? So let me do this and share and just ask to share, install the Zoom audio device. Please restart your audio sharing application. Oh, for crying out loud. I'll tell you what, can you see that? You can't hear it.
Yeah, we can see it.
But you can't hear it, unfortunately. Let's play a second and see if you can hear it. No?
Friends, one of the regrets was that they didn't go vegan sooner.
Yeah, we can hear it.
Okay, you can hear it. Perfect. Okay, this is part from Countdown to Year Zero.
Greenhouse gases and climate change. It uses a lot of water. In addition to all of that, the animals produce methane gas as a byproduct of digestion, and that is a very vicious greenhouse gas. Finally, these creatures that are given antibiotics just to keep them alive, not necessarily because they're sick, and the bacteria are building up resistance. And as we destroy the forests and other habitats, it means that we are actually stealing the future of our children, because we are part of the natural world. We need the natural world, and we're destroying it so fast. Unless we all get together now, it will be too late.
Wherever you are on this journey, I hope that I can help you through the Kind Diet or the Kind Mama in terms of just our best way to get everyone on board is to be our most vibrant, healthy selves and to feel our best. We're walking billboards, right? If you feel good, if you look good, people want to know what you're up to, right? And so being that your healthiest version of yourself is the way forward. And if you can, hopefully with the Kind Diet, I can help you to just get more of the superhero zone so you feel your best. And depending on anywhere you are, I welcome you. If you eat meat all the time and you just start eating less of it, we are so grateful for that choice. Not only the animals are grateful for that choice, your body is grateful for that choice. The earth is grateful for that choice. And obviously the people who are starting all over the world. We have 10 years to turn it around. I don't know how aware everyone is of what a serious situation climate change is. So every time you eat a plant-based meal, you can pat yourself on the back. It's the most powerful thing you can do.
You know, when you're vegan, one thing that I found was that all my vegan friends, one of their regrets was that they didn't go vegan sooner. And for me, my regret as an activist is that I didn't become active sooner. And I just see a lot of heads nodding. I really invite you to make a commitment in your life to not just be vegan and be like, I'm not going to take part in the system, but I'm going to use my life, I'm going to use my time and energy to actually make a difference, because that will make a difference. And let me tell you that by being involved in the community, I'm 100% convinced that we will see a vegan world within our lifetime.
So we are here
to start the ball rolling for a vegan world by 2026? You know why we are doing this? And you don't have to go through the negative side of this at all. We have to do this because we are not a monumentally stupid species. That's right. Clearly, the system of normalized violence is going to end, whether we like it or not. It's going to end because the earth is saying it's no more.
This is PCH at 5 p.m. tonight. It's just unbelievable. I mean, the trees are going up in flames.
So let me stop it right there. I want to stop my share. I'm glad everybody could hear it. You had one person saying 10 years, then Ryuji in our lifetime. You're saying 2026. We're less than a year and a half away from 2026. Where are we? Because that's the question I keep asking myself. And I thought this is a great opportunity to get your thoughts on that.
Yeah. No, I mean, really good question, Jane. And obviously, it's on my mind all the time. You know, where are we? But the way I see it, it actually is accelerating faster than I thought. Climate change is accelerating faster than I thought.
Climate change.
Okay. And because we've had, I think every month since May of 2023 has been the hottest month ever for that month. And in July 21st, when President Biden announced that he's not running for re-election, was the hottest day in recorded history ever. Meaning, you know, if you look at the average temperature of the Earth, it's never been as hot as that ever since we started measuring with thermometers. So it is escalating. And we know it's escalating. And I'm trying to tell people, look, if you sit around and do nothing, you're basically letting everybody roast around you. But then, you know, I hear from psychologists saying, don't use fear. It doesn't work. But, you know, I think back to the fire in my home. You know, when I had a fire in my home, I was making coffee at that time. And I was about to have breakfast, making coffee. I suddenly stopped making coffee. Right? Once I realized that there was a fire in my home. And I completely changed my routine. It didn't take me that long to change my routines and to just grab my kids and run out, you know, hit the alarm and run out. Right? And I say that we are in a very similar situation on Earth. I don't know when people will realize that they're being roasted.
That's what I want to jump in and ask you.
Yeah.
When I said, where are we? I meant with Vegan World 2026.
Right.
We've got a year and a half.
Right.
I hate to put you on the spot, but you were the one who said 2026.
Right.
So we're less than a year and a half. Where are we? Like, I've got a few videos I want to play that are
Right.
positives and negatives, but are we going? I mean, it sounds crazy to even ask.
Yeah. No, it's a good question. You know, I mean, compared to other projects that I worked on, where I could map it out and say, to get there, I have to do this and this and this, and then we'll get there, right? And we have a team of people working on making those intermediate milestones. Now, this is a project. It's a complete system transformation. Mm-hmm. It's a complete culture transformation. It's a spiritual transformation. I mean, it is. I look at the founding mothers and what the founding mothers are asking for. Which, by the way, I want to ask Unchained TV to join the founding mothers. I'm going to send the link to all the women-run organizations that I know. Ask them to join the founding mothers because it's a movement of movements that they're trying to create. And what they're saying is,
I would have, I prefer that to the grandmothers. I have nothing against the grandmothers, but I'm not a grandmother.
No. But even the grandmothers, I'm just saying anyone who's at that age.
I'm making a bad joke.
Yeah.
Continue on.
No, because ultimately it's triggering a nonlinear transformation it's very hard to know how to map it out, right? It's like a dam bursting. I don't know when the dam will burst. Now, I was really encouraged when Jim Sands this morning came and told me that 5 years ago, when you came and spoke at our church, people are not talking about animal agriculture at all. They're only talking about fossil fuels. But now he says that everybody's talking about it, at least in his church. They're talking about it. And I know that the Unitarians are now asking me to come and speak. So I spoke at their church in June. And
well, that's a positive development. And I think anybody who hears you speak has to be transformed, because it was a life-changing experience to hear you state our goal. I think it was the women who stopped the troubles in Northern Ireland who said, until you actually can articulate and envision what you want, you can't ever achieve it. And they ultimately won the Nobel Peace Prize because they were the ones who said, we're going to stop this. And of course, everybody laughed at them and said, what are you, crazy? You're never going to stop this. And they did, to a large degree, completely stop it. But I was struck by how you can never achieve a goal unless you have the courage to articulate it and actually visualize it.
Right.
If you can't even visualize it and say it out loud, how the hell are you going to achieve it? Right. So you said there's positive developments. I want to share my screen again and play some positives, some negatives to help us try to assess where are we. So here we go. I'm going to share this one. And yeah.
So what if we got people who are genetically the same?
Just like us.
I was scared to death, to tell you the truth, of what was going to happen, because we didn't know.
Twins share the same DNA, so we get to see if it's about your greens, not your genes.
And twins were biologically younger. They were no longer identical because they had, their DNA was changing. And that was, shocking to everyone. When you have the data, the signal that's so clear, like you want to long, you want to have, live without chronic disease, a vegan diet's the way to go.
Hi there.
And I have to give a shout out.
Guests coming up in the pipeline, so do please subscribe so you don't miss out. Now back to the show.
That is Plant CEO. He's one of our new shows, and we're very proud to have him. We keep adding new people who are coming onto our nonprofit streaming network, the world's only vegan streaming network, completely free streaming network, and that's Anant Joshi. Who is interviewing a lot of these high-profile people, and we are showing those interviews. But that was definitely a breakthrough moment where you have this hit Netflix show. And, one of the reasons I started on Shane TV is I want every filmmaker to end up on Netflix. Unfortunately, it's only a tiny, 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 tiny percentage of some real heavy hitters who actually have their shows end up on Netflix. So for all the others, we are available, and also for shows that used to be on Netflix and are no longer. So there's quite a few documentaries that have had their run on Netflix, and then they're not really being shown anywhere, and we are able to show those. But that is a very, very positive development where a global audience is seeing that,
right.
My gosh, he didn't even know that he was going to get this great answer, and he did. Is that the kind of thing that could really be the game changer?
Yeah, it is building up. It's building up. For one thing I didn't tell you is that I was surprised when a Bollywood director contacted me and said he wants to make a movie out of the Pinky Promise book. I was like, what?
Wow.
Now, someone that I know gave him the book, and he read it, and he said, yeah, this is going to be my next project. And so he's now creating a pre-story and a post-story around the book so that it becomes a watchable movie, right?
Wow.
And who knows, that may be the thing that tips the scale in India. I really think that this is a nonlinear transformation, because you're looking for a new system around peace, built around peace, right? Because we have a system built around war and endless war, actually. So it's always about, the next struggle. And so we create everything in opposition to each other in the system. So I say we have to create a new system. And this new system has to be built around peace. And this is why I support movements like the Founding Mothers movement, because they are saying we are going to bang a pot as long as the men are still conducting wars. Maybe that'll disrupt the men who are doing it. Maybe now that, who knows, maybe if Kamala Harris becomes the president, the first woman president, the first woman leader of the world, because the American president happens to be the leader of the world, has so much power because they're running, wars in multiple countries at the same time. What if she decides, no, I'm not going to sign off on a kill list every day. I'm not going to sign off on wars all the time, Who knows what will change? I have faith that nature is running through us, is working through us. And we just have to take every opportunity that comes our way and keep at it. Never give up.
Well, I'd like to be kumbaya, but unfortunately, veganism has been under attack. I want to play another Unchained TV video, and we're going to talk about some unpleasant aspects here. I believe this is it. And oh, please, starting up again, this thing. Try to share this. It's not letting me, but hold on 1 second. Oh, your password to allow this, maybe this. Is this my password or my Zoom password? Well, let me see if I can just get this going. Despite that, let's see here. Okay, I'm going to try it. You can't see. Can you see that?
Yeah.
Okay.
Veganism under attack. Yeah.
Is it time to call out veganism for what it actually is, an eating disorder?
Mm-hmm.
Is it even healthy at all? Nobody wanted a vegan candy bar. Vegans already have an option. One thing, it's called sadness. There's a lot of healthy user bias in vegan and vegetarian diet surveys.
You've been lied to.
In no way does going vegan necessitate a healthier diet.
It is designed to represent a threat to agriculture as we know it.
I think you're a hypocrite. Like a lot of vegans I've met.
Welcome to Food Fight. First of all, I would like.
All right. So we had that. We did a whole big discussion at the Soho House in WeHo with some vegan leaders and sort of deconstructed this attack. But the long and short of it is that when Beyond Meat was the most successful IPO since the 2008 financial crisis, it sent the meat industry into a panic, and they started coming up with their response. And according to The Guardian, they have a war room that is massive in Denver, Colorado, where they have 24/7 sending out negative stuff about veganism, particularly alternative proteins like the Beyond Burger. I'm going to hopefully play a clip of that in a second. And as always, I urge people, do not repeat meat industry talking points. If you don't want to eat a Beyond Meat burger, don't eat it, but don't go around trashing it. That's what they pay. That's what they pay these carnivore social media influencers to do. They even have a masters of beef advocacy. So please don't do that, because we're just playing right into the opposition's hands. But you saw some of those clips. It's intensified in the last year and a half. And it's concerning. I mean, yeah. What are your thoughts? Does that affect your timeline?
No, it is in one way I'm encouraged when I see things like that, because that means that the industry is now waking up and that we are serious now, right? They're taking it seriously. When they attacked the soybeans and tried to make it look like soybeans are not good for you, I say, well, that means that, if the industry is spending so much resources attacking a bean, I say, you can be absolutely sure that it's great for you. It's the exact opposite of what they're saying. Yeah, because that's why they're scared of soy. When they attack something, they know that that's what's going to kill them. And they're trying to, make that look bad.
And they created something called Soy Boy,
Yeah.
where they accuse men of being effeminate if they're consuming soy, when of course the opposite, not to get too X-rated, but a plant-based diet reduces erectile dysfunction. Continue on.
Right. So in a way, it's encouraging that they are attacking us. If they ignore you, then you're not big enough. If they attack you, then you're big enough. You're getting to be threatening to them. Okay, so.
But I have to ask you a provocative question. If you take these attacks, which unfortunately, like I say, a lot of people, I do get infuriated when I hear people who are vegans repeating these points, as if everybody who's eating at Chick-fil-A, McDonald's, Carl's Jr., Burger King is suddenly going to start eating a whole food plant-based diet tomorrow because a miracle occurs. It's not going to happen.
Right.
That's not how it goes. So these vegan burgers are obviously so much healthier. Processed meat is officially a carcinogen.
Right.
And red meat is a likely carcinogen. So when you take that, though, these campaigns, and you add the subsidies, and then you add all the commercials, because when I'm on the computer and I'm getting hit with commercials like fast food. I always click and say inappropriate, stop that ad, inappropriate, which I would urge everybody to do. But I mean, it seems like David and Goliath battle.
Right. Yeah. So David and Goliath battle, and it's also a battle for the well-being of our children. They're literally targeting our children and making them eat food that's bad for them so that they grow up to be diabetes patients and cancer patients, because they want a steady influx of more and more patients for their sickening industries, right? So I say that as parents and as grandparents, I especially am incensed when I discover, see, again, all this happened over the last 30 years, right? It took us, we have been unraveling this. Until then, we didn't even know that we were being lied to. We didn't even know we had chains on. Conspiracy opened people's minds. What the hell opened people's minds? Now we are saying, wait a minute, they are actually deliberately lying to our children and making them eat food that makes them sick. What are you going to do about it? Do we just sit back and say that's the way things are? Or do we go and take action? And that's why, people like Liz, who go out there and actually fight for her grandson, who, to me, she inspires me when someone is able to do that. Right? And we are in a transformative period in human history where things are happening faster and faster and faster. And I say it's going to reach a crescendo. Don't expect things to slow down. It's going to reach a crescendo and the entire thing is going to collapse. You see, imagine what Mikhail Gorbachev did in the Soviet Union, right? Soviet Union was very powerful. And then suddenly he said, look, this is completely unsustainable and we got to stop. That's what's happening to Western civilization today. Okay? It's the same situation as the Soviet Union collapsing. You don't know when the wall is going to come down, the Berlin Wall. When is it going to trigger this complete transformation? Because we have to organize around peace. We have to organize around making sure that our kids get healthy food. That's not how we are organized today. We are organized around letting corporations put candy at eye level in every supermarket and con our kids into eating bad food. We are letting it happen to our children. When will we wake up and say, that's not the way we need to organize society? So it's about reorganizing society around a different way. That's what I mean by a vegan world, right? That we need to reorganize around that. Yeah.
And I couldn't agree with you more. We want to reorganize society, but is it getting reorganized? When we did our documentary about you, Countdown to Year Zero, which is Vegan World 2026, you said, we will achieve this because we're not a monumentally stupid species.
Right.
Sometimes I wonder,
Right.
but people who are, experiencing firsthand the impact of climate change are still in complete and utter denial and saying, oh, there's always been hot days, just talking
Yeah.
to somebody yesterday who said he couldn't live in Arizona, and I know that's where you live.
Right.
And he said he had to move because he literally could not handle the heat. It was
Right.
just debilitating. Okay, so let's just play another clip and talk a little bit about, the attempts of the vegan movement to respond to the highly organized, highly funded campaign by the meat industry and associated industries to debilitate the vegan sector.
Yeah.
Go. Share, hold on, share sound. And we're going to share that. I just got to keep doing this and see if it will just do it aside from this particular password that it's asking for, which it's never asked for before. Lovely. I'm just going to share it again. Share it again. Okay, we're going to do that. Lovely. Okay. Now it's spinning. But just while we're waiting for this, hopefully to clear up, this is Beyond Meat, and it's
the next great global.
Can you see it?
And
no, we don't see it.
Okay.
Hope in my prayer every day for Beyond Meat is that we help more life today than we did yesterday, and we'll help
We can
more
hear it.
tomorrow than we
There
did
it is.
today.
Can you see it now?
My life, I mean human health, I mean animals, I mean this earth. There's so much that we can do by taking protein directly from plants versus running plants to an animal. And we're just getting started.
It caramelizes and browns in a pan just like animal beef. It's like gonna blow your mind.
We're here outside the world headquarters of Beyond Meat, the most innovative and important companies on the planet. Fasten your seatbelts. You're going to get a tour and find out why. I'm honored to be here with the Beyond Meat founder, president, and CEO, Ethan Brown. Tell us about 4.0.
First of all, it's wonderful to have you. Thank you for all the work you do. It's great to be together again. And I remember you visited 7-8 years ago, and it's wonderful to have you back in. So it's great.
Dramatically transformed. Yes, I did a tour about 7 or 8 years ago. They were at a different location. It was much smaller. This is massive, and it really speaks to the power of Beyond Meat. Tell us about this newest product that's just come out.
As you know, we've had this issue where we came out of the gate very successful in terms of bringing plant-based meat to a mainstream audience, right? And that generated some resistance from primarily the incumbent industry. And they started to run advertisements and campaigns suggesting there was something wrong with plant-based meat from a health perspective. Now, that never sat right with us because we do so much research. We have a program, a 5-year program with the Stanford School of Medicine and other institutions that are showing how healthful Beyond Meat is in terms of transforming certain disease states. Now, the challenge is we don't have a big megaphone to communicate that message, right? So we said, you know what do we want to do? We're going to allow iron to sharpen iron. I love that phrase that the fiercest winds make the strongest branches. If you're under attack, you can sort of complain about it, or you can just get to work. And we decided we're going to get to work. We have an unassailable argument in terms of, climate and animal welfare and natural resources, all the efficiencies. But if they're going to attack health, we're just going to become healthier. And so what we decided to do was start to renovate our core portfolio. And the Beyond 4 represents over 3 years of work to create the next iteration of Beyond Meat. And we brought in doctors and nutritionists and registered dietitians to help us craft a burger that not only tastes even better than the Beyond 3, but delivers really strong health benefits. And that includes, we dropped the saturated fat by 60%, but we also importantly swapped out the coconut oil for avocado oil. And so avocado oil is a very heart-healthy oil, And so what we're allowing consumers to do now is they can really enjoy this. I eat, multiple burgers when I sit down, right? Because there's no concern, right? It has only 2 grams of saturated fat, which is not a lot in terms of your daily limit. We also brought the sodium levels down, right? So we wanted to make it unassailable. And you know what? We're going to keep going. We're keep making it better. But the important thing to consider is now it's been certified by the American Heart Association in recipes. Right, it has been certified by the American Diabetes Association. It's been certified by the Clean Label Project, and Good Housekeeping gave it this wonderful nutrition award. So we just keep getting better, and that's the point about Beyond Food.
So the point here is that they were attacked viciously. There were some hit pieces written. There was a Bloomberg hit piece and various other hit pieces, never mentioning that processed meat is cancer causing and talking about processed alternatives that are plant-based as being ultra processed and just really vicious attacks. Now they've responded by upping their game, coming up with something that's certified by the American Heart Association, but I'm not seeing a lot of articles talking about that.
Right.
So has the damage been done? And is there in this back and forth where we're talking about how close we are to achieving the vegan world, that is the basis for this convergence, where is this battle between the meat industry and alternative proteins?
No, I mean, they are going to fight. Okay, just like they remember, this is an industry that actually demonized a bean, soybeans, okay, which is obviously good for you. You can't say a bean is bad for you. So if they're able to demonize that, they can demonize Beyond Burgers. They'll demonize Beyond Burgers. They'll do whatever it takes to survive, to thrive. But the more they fight, the more they're shining the light generally on the whole picture. And my recommendation to vegans is to act like you have already won. You already won. Okay, there is no question that veganism combined with reforestation is the only way out for humanity. I don't see any other way. From a systems perspective, I don't see any other way. So we have to have a largely vegan world, and we have to rewild most of the planet if we want to survive on this planet, if we want to thrive on this planet. Now, we have to, so when we behave like we have already won, that this is going to happen, then we manifest it. Others will begin to see our confidence. But if we are doubtful and if we say, oh no, are we going to win? Are we going to lose? It's not in our hands. I say it's ultimately the result is not in our hands. We have to act as if we know what we are doing and we have to keep at it.
And I think a lot of people do, and just do the next indicated thing and stay out of the results and just do. Certainly do not allow ourselves to become demoralized at all. But it's also important to take a realistic look at the situation so that you can respond appropriately.
Right. You have to sort of pivot.
I was listening to, and stay out of politics, but I was struck the other day by somebody who was talking about the crazy political scene we're having now. And they said, one thing I know about all politicians is they always think they're going to win. It's going to happen. It's going to happen. It's going to, and then election day happens and they go, So, it's very important to be unbowed and to persist, as they say. But it's also important to be realistic and respond to real challenges and not self-sabotage by co-signing the opposition's talking points.
Absolutely. Never say anything bad about other vegans, okay?
or alternative proteins.
Right.
Okay, to that end, hopefully I can play this clip. Let's talk a little bit about cell-cultivated meat. I personally am a fan. I know a lot of people are not. And so we really need to kind of dive into that because a lot of people feel that is the ultimate solution. And dear God, please play already. Oh, man. We're going to have to go through a little something or other here because it's saying that there's a particular password that I need that I don't really have, but we'll get there. As we do this, I'm going to tell you about this person. He is the head of the Atlantic Fish Co., which is a cell cultivated fish, which I think is absolutely crucial. We know we're destroying the oceans. We have actually a great documentary, super depressing, unfortunately, on Unchained TV about the destruction of just the killing of a sea near Turkey. And it's, let's see here. Okay, we're just going to hit it and see if it happens. Try to knock it. Okay, share this screen. Here we go. Oh, it's getting there. Okay, boom.
For some reason, your video is frozen, Jane.
No, it's yeah. I apologize.
No problem.
For some reason there's a password here that has not happened. Let's see. Do you see it now?
Yeah, we see.
Okay.
It's sharing something. Yeah.
Opportunity to be here. This is
You hear
great. Appreciate the interest and the opportunity to tell our story. So this dates back to about 5 or 6 years ago. I heard about another company in our industry, then called Memphis Meats, now called Upside Foods, who many folks have probably heard of. And it was a Rolling Stone article, and it was about them making duck. And I thought this was really cool from a climate perspective. That was my initial entry point. I think a lot of folks that are in the alternative protein come at it from different angles, some from animal welfare, some from, preventing pandemics, some from climate. I was definitely in the climate camp. But as I started to learn more about where our meat and seafood comes from, became very personally convicted with it. And that led to the founding of Atlantic Fish Co.
Awesome. Can we go into the differences and the similarities between cell cultivated fish and wild caught fish? Like, do you need actual fish to make your products, or do you just need some cells?
You need one fish to start with, because I think it's really critical when people know about cellular agriculture or what we call cultivated meat or seafood, that it is real animal or real meat or seafood, just made in a totally different way. So you do need to start with the original animal. So in our case, we've focused on marine fish species that are overfished in the wild and can't be grown via aquaculture as our entry point. So we are working on black sea bass. We have developed a black sea bass cell line from a real sea bass, but we won't need any more of those as we're able to expand that cell line to ultimately make real seafood, just made in a totally different way with cellular agriculture.
So yeah, I think this is a really important piece of the puzzle. And I've actually had respectful disagreements with people. Many vegans feel that it's not vegan. But, I personally feel in the crisis we're in, we can't quibble. And with the amount of fish that we are decimating our oceans, everybody knows that on this Zoom, so I don't need to elaborate on that. But he's talking about a cell line. He's talking about one fish. Is it a perfect solution? No, but I honestly feel this could be the answer. We all know people who we've talked to for decades. We all have relatives that we've talked to for decades, and they're not changing. So for those people, they're not all going to have a miraculous enlightenment at one moment. The clock's ticking. We're barreling toward a climate apocalypse. Heck yeah. I think cell cultivated fish and meat and cheese, and I think it's great. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, first of all, when we talk about this as an alternate protein, and the way we are conceding that we need to eat that to get protein, which fundamentally I don't agree, because there's plenty of protein in plant foods, right? So I don't want to promote and continue a lie that we were taught as children, that protein comes from meat or protein comes from fish. Okay? That was a lie that was told to us. And we are trying to tell them, no, there's protein in all plant foods. In fact, all plant foods have all amino acids. And why are they telling us that it doesn't have protein, that there is a separate protein category of food? What in the heck is that? So I think we need to first get our story straight on the protein myth. which underlies our entire, in the enslavement of humanity. This protein myth and the calcium myth.
You're my hero. I respect you. That's why I did Countdown to Year Zero. But I have to respectfully disagree. Okay, I'm 29 years sober, and I like to have a mocktail. As long as there's no alcohol in there, I enjoy it. I go out to a restaurant and they even have bars now that are just mocktails. Right. It doesn't mean that I want to drink or that alcohol is good. It's deadly for me. But are we engaging in magical thinking to think that all these people that we've begged and pleaded with and had arguments with, who are our close personal friends and family members, that they're suddenly going to miraculously change when we can give them something that fulfills that, whether you call it an addiction, a craving, something they've been psychologically conditioned to desire. If we can give them that, why not? That's what I understand what you're saying, but I also feel like we have to accept life on life's terms. And this is what people are.
I understand. But is the objective of creating and investing in this cellular meat, is it to promote the meat industry or to make people change? That I don't understand, because the animal agriculture industry is investing in the cellular meat. And whenever the industry invests in cellular meat, in any other sub-industry, I know it is for their own self-propagation. I look for whether it's for their own self-propagation. And I see the argument happening. Yeah, we first concede that we need to create the cellular meat. And then they say, well, that's cellular meat. Let's eat the real thing. You know what I mean? Because we have conceded that it needs to be eaten. Something like that needs to be eaten. Because there are so many plant-based alternatives to fish or alternatives to meat, like Beyond Burger, which is made with real plants and tastes just the same. They can't even tell the difference between them, right?
Well, that's a good point, because I have the Gardein fish fillets and they're absolutely delicious.
Right.
They're incredible. But there is this school of thought that some people may need their pound of flesh, and I don't pretend to be an expert, but to answer your question or to address your question or observation that the meat industry is investing, let's see if I can play another clip. Hold on a second. Here we go. Okay. I think maybe my mistake is that even though it's saying that I need to get this password, I think I might be able to just share and jump to the actual video and jump on it. But basically what has happened is that, let's see if we can play this here. Are you seeing it?
This is what it looks like to allow yourself.
Can you see it?
No, we're not seeing it.
Okay, hold on. All right.
Fellow.
As we
It's called
work through this, I think that it's a question of how we there we go.
Yeah.
What do you think? Okay, perfect. We'll play this and then we'll discuss.
Laughing.
The reason that we're all here today is because we take responsibility. When you see something that's wrong with the world or with your life or with anything, it's always your responsibility to make a difference. That's what being a leader is. So when it comes to this, when it's like something that happens on a global scale and the responsibility is so diffused, because you're like, yo, we're like 7.6 billion people in the world. So why would I step up to make a difference? And when you have that kind of situation, most people would not take responsibility. The people who do step up and take responsibility, those are the people that will be celebrated as visionaries in the future.
How is it that you have such confidence that we're going to be able to achieve this?
History is full of examples of things that shifted. So I'm saying we have to shift now. So let's work on it. Let's get it done.
Give us some examples of what you think the parallels are.
With the internet, it was, in 8 years, we went from something that nobody really knew to something that everyone thought they absolutely had to have in their life. And it was just 8 years, from 1995 to 2003. I witnessed it happen. moon landing was also something like that. In 1962, Kennedy, when he made that speech at Rice University in Texas, a lot of people scoffed at him, saying, "You want to put a man on the moon?" But then it inspired Americans. And within 8 years, within 7 years, actually, man was on the moon, right, in 1969. So there again, it was just breaking down the larger problem into smaller pieces and addressing each one of them and putting it together. That's what NASA did.
We are on the right side of history. We're on the ethical side of history. So this is going to be over. And then most people are going to flip when social pressures flip the other way and many people start being vegan and it starts being an actual thing. And people will be like, oh, most people are doing it. I'll do it too. Then people like us, who now a lot of people call us heretics. A lot of people call us crazy, like all this kind of stuff. Then you'll see that in 20, 30 years, you'll have all our friends hitting us up being like, yo, you're a visionary. And that's what we're going to get. And that's 100%.
Yeah, it is historic. I do believe one day we'll look back, first of all, on.
So, we'll agree to disagree. I'm going to definitely consider your arguments against cell-based meat. I maintain that I'm for it right now. But those examples that you gave were very, very inspiring. Or as somebody once said to me, it was only a couple of thousand people who stormed the Bastille, right? So, but then on the other hand, recently I was talking about the tipping point in Malcolm Gladwell's book and the discussion of hitting 3.5% of the population. And somebody said, no, it's not 3.5. It's much higher than that to achieve the kind of cultural societal change that you're looking for, which of course made me feel a little bit like, wow, the mountain is even higher to climb. What would you say as a systems analyst and as an engineer about the percentage of the population that we need to hit? And is that global or in leading countries like the United States for this transition to occur?
Well, there are so many studies on that, and basically, I think the idea is 3.5% is true for if 3.5% of the people really believe in something, then and they stick to it, eventually the rest of society comes along. How fast they come along depends on lots of other factors. So it's who knows? Right, how this happens. Maybe the Bollywood movie will do it. I don't know. I just see all these opportunities come our way and I grab at anything that comes my way and keep at it.
But as a systems analyst, when you were accelerating internet speeds, you had a way to gauge your progress.
Right.
Are you saying in this endeavor that there is no way for us to gauge our progress? That it's a crapshoot, it's a lot of
because it's an entirely new system transformation. So you're coming from a system that's built around war, built around death, disease, and destruction, from domination and deception, to a new system based on honesty, humility. Now, that system transformation is something that's very hard to predict when you're going to make that happen, because people have to change their minds. The cultures have to change. So it's really people have to give up on this and saying, this is impossible for us to fix. Now let's see what else can we do.
Play
right?
devil's advocate, we're running against the clock.
Yeah.
Sir David Attenborough has said, there's 9 boundaries, maybe 10 now somebody's talking about, and we've already been breaking through in the process.
Broken through 6 of them.
6 of them.
Yeah. 6 of them. So there are 6 fires on the planet, and those fires are saying each fire can kill you. If you leave it there, it's going to kill you. Any one of those 6, right? So we know that. People know that. Scientists know that. And yet there are scientists who say, I cannot say this, that going vegan can solve all 6 of them. Can solve all 6 of them. And yet you're not talking about it. When will they talk about it? I don't know. I don't know when they'll.
Are you enthused? And because I want to take questions and I see hands raised.
Yeah.
Are you enthused by the fact that Jeff Bezos has reportedly given $100 million to alternative proteins, which I assume will include some cell-based meat, Dr. Rao?
Yeah. No, I see that as a way for Jeff Bezos to put an investment down to propagate the protein myth. I'm sorry.
Okay, well, you know what? That's the great thing. And I want to say something else. You
Yeah.
and I are respectfully disagreeing about a subject. We're
Right.
not all going to be in agreement about every last issue.
Absolutely.
Please. I just feel like infighting in our movement has gotten very toxic, and it's very self-destructive. And I would urge everybody not to participate in it. We have on our guidelines, on our nonprofit guidelines, which are right on our website. If you have a problem with somebody or an organization, call a lawyer, call the police, leave us out of it. Obviously, there's exceptions. If somebody said, there's a breaking news, there's a life at risk, we call the police. But the point is that we have to find our commonalities, and we really have to stop infighting. We just have to show some restraint, because it's feeding into the opposition's game plan.
Yeah.
It's not helping. So we've only got 9 minutes. Should we take some questions? How
Yes.
about Paige? She's
Paige, and then Liz is next.
okay, great.
Hello. Hi, Jane. Okay. Hi. I just, we always have new listeners and viewers coming on board, and I think a lot of people are really interested in plant-based. How can people contribute to Unchained TV and get involved if they have a video, or become a member, those kinds of things? I just thought I would bring that forward.
Thank you very much for bringing that up. Unchained TV is a 501c3 nonprofit. We are mostly volunteer run. I don't take a salary. This is a labor of love. And we do have some very exciting developments. We've just started some fast channels. So we're on some new platforms, True TV Plus, and a couple of others, and we're adding them on as we go. That gives us another audience. It's free advertiser-based television, but we're giving out our content to try to get more eyeballs, and that's an exciting development. We also just yesterday got somebody who's offering us a match. So we already have one match for every monthly donor, and I'm going to put it in the chat, or maybe you can put it in the chat page, unchainedtv.com/donate. Just put in the chat right now. You click on that, and we just got another. So for every $10 monthly donor, we already have a $100 match. Now we have a second $100 match. So $200 will be donated for every $10 a month. So that's 2 cups of coffee, maybe even 1 cup of coffee in today's world. And we're also expanding to terrestrial radio. So our show, our weekly video podcast is not only on all the, Amazon Music and Spotify, iTunes, etc., but we're also on coast to coast terrestrial radio on AM radio stations. So that's an exciting development. What we're doing is trying to reach people across all platforms. So we have the streaming network, and we're on a Roku device, Amazon Fire Stick, Apple TV device, all Samsung TVs, Apple TV device, Samsung TV, Roku, Amazon Fire Stick, all cell phones, Android and iPhone, as well as the web at unchainedtv.com. And let's see if we can switch it out one more time we don't need audio here. So let's just switch that out and show you what we're doing here. Fabulous. Yeah, there's our homepage. You can see that on the very top, you can watch the fast channel that's playing right there. And there's all of the apps that we're available on. And you can jump right into see what's streaming and take a look at some of our almost 2,000 videos. We also do articles. We're putting out several news articles a week. And so that is bringing traffic to our website. We had 80,000 visitors this past 30 days to our website. So, we're cooking on all cylinders. We have wonderful volunteers like Paige Parsons Roach, who has a show on Unchained TV called Plant-Based in the Burbs. And we're going to be coming out with our new show, At Home with the Jenners. We had 3 teaser episodes, and we're going to be coming out with more episodes on that. Brandon Jenner and his wife, Kaylee Jenner, are raising their kids vegan. They're vegan, and they're proud of it. So they let us into their Malibu home to show their life and how they're embracing the plant-based lifestyle. So there you go. Unchained TV /donate. Monthly donor, $5 a month, $10 a month. We got matches. It doesn't belong to me. This is something that's been created as part of a nonprofit, and it belongs to the entire vegan community. Take advantage of it. That's all I can say.
Thank you, Jane. Always a pleasure.
Thank
Right
you,
back
Jane.
at you, Paige. Who is CHQ and A-Liz?
Liz.
Oh, Liz.
She handles all the question and answers for us. Thank you.
Well, hi, Jane. It's good to see you. I'm still doing my outreach and I'm filling our public libraries locally, bragging about both of you and the wonderful work that you're doing. So it's happening. And this next generation is so ready to go. You guys, this whole movement, I'm a sailor. This movement reminds me of taking a ship by the helm and having to stir and change the course. And if 2026 rolls by and we have not yet seen the change that we want, we know we've taken the helm. We know that the course is changing. So we're headed that way. And the scary thought every day watching the world around us is it too late? So we do have to keep doing everything we can. There's no easy answer. I'm with you, Jane, on the cell-based meat for this reason. When I walk into a pet food store, I am blown away. All of that meat product. I go to look for vegan dog food for my dog, and there's like one choice out of an entire warehouse. So my dog, I feed him mostly vegan, all right? But other family members are slipping him the meat and everything, and he's an omnivore. So cats are carnivores. What do we do with our pets? I think cell-based meat is such a fantastic answer for our omnivore and carnivore pets. And you know, if it
I
is,
agree. I mean,
Yeah.
my dogs are vegan, but you know, there's a whole debate about whether cats can be vegan. And well, what are your thoughts on that, Dr. Rao? Do you get does cell-based cultivated meat get a pass on that regard?
Yeah, I mean, if you have a tiger as a pet or something like that, you know, you really need to give, right? But I mean, our cats on what is that? Evolution cat food seems to be thriving on it. And both our dogs were on V-Dog, thanks to Linda Middlesworth and David Middlesworth. They really saved our dogs because our dog had arthritis, and that's why I put him on vegan food. And his arthritis disappeared.
Yeah, there's just like the twin experiment, they've been doing studies, similar studies for dogs, and they say they thrive better on a vegan diet. Thank you, my dear. You are amazing. Love your hat.
Yeah.
Can we hit the next two? Because we've only got literally 2 minutes. So
Right. Yeah, Shankar and Dakota.
I'll be quick.
Yeah.
Thank you, Dr. Rao. Hey, Jane, meeting after 2019, met you in Arizona. All had a nice time at the Vegan World Conference. I just want, as a traveler, almost global traveler, so whenever I go, I don't have any discomfort about vegan food anywhere. Everybody understands it, be it the flight or the connection airport or any destination that I go, there is always, even in remote corners, people do understand what is vegan. And here, for example, in Ocean City, Maryland, I attended a government event. Oh my God, by default, all the desserts were vegan. So they understood if you make this, you can almost make appeal to more people. I mean, I would say even if you make it gluten-free or nut-free, you can still help a lot of people. So they do understand the concept is about economically simple. So when you're simple, you could address for a lot of people. So there is always, and my most favorite thing, I'll stress this 1,000 times, is called habitual vegan. Most of the time, you don't even have to tell anyone that you're vegan. A lot of items are by default vegan. Just keep it, don't talk about it, consume it, move forward.
I think you need to respectfully disagree. I love to disagree with people, by the way.
Please.
It's my
Please,
hobby.
no issues.
But
No issues.
I think you do the vegan food and you talk about it. That's how you spread the word. So I actually respectfully, and I love you and I admire you, think that if we take every vegan and turn them into an activist, that's when we're going to hit the tipping point. So I say talk, not necessarily belligerently, but Yeah, definitely pass it. Okay, it's 5
Thank you.
o'clock. I don't want to cheat Dakota, but I know we got to go.
Yeah. Thank you, Jane.
Thank you, Dr. Rao. Love you. Love everybody on this.
Love you too.
Yeah. Oh, I'll listen for a while.
Yeah, now we have the 10-year anniversary of Cowspiracy. We have Kip and Keegan here in the room. Cowspiracy is a watershed documentary. And here are the creators who had a decade of incredible work following Cowspiracy. So,
Can you hear me?
yes, we can hear you, Kip.
Yeah, it's interesting. It seems 10 years, it seems like 100 years, and in a way it seems like 1 year. It has this kind of both ways where it feels like forever and then at the same time right away. But yep, 10 years.
Yes.
It is wild.
Yeah. What has it all opened up? And I'm sure do you have a presentation to share with us?
Yeah, we have a discussion plan so we can
Okay,
take it.
perfect.
So Keegan, where do you want to start?
First, just thanks to Dr. Rao and for everybody at Climate Healers for organizing this, for all the work they do. It's super important, and it's just a continued reminder of how much work there is to be done, but how much work is being done.
Yeah, thank you all for everyone being here and being a voice for the animals and the planet, and in turn, the domino effect that it helps us as well as human beings, being the best humane beings we can. Yeah, so we were talking with Keegan and I was saying, talking yesterday about how we should go about this. I think one of the things is about, I was listening to a lot of the conversation, particularly the last hour, some great topics there that Jane and Celeste had. I'd love to go into those as well, because I have some opinions on that, about what has happened in the last 10 years and where we're at now and what I see in the future and what Keegan sees. I'm very optimistic, as I feel many of us are in a way, and I feel it's very important to be. But let's back up 10 years. I think, how did this all start? I think that's an inspiring story. I'll start off where I've been vegan, I think 17 or 18 years, and it was instant. I saw a Meet Your Meat video, which was 12 minutes long. That was basically Earthlings condensed in 12 minutes. And when I saw that, I was eating a cheese pizza, and I was vegetarian. I think I finally finished fish about a couple months even earlier. It kind of happened quick. And I didn't know about the dairy industry. At that time, 16 years ago, and I watched a lot of stuff even back then, knew nothing about the dairy industry, nothing about the egg industry. And then that video showed what the dairy industry was and how the babies were taken away from the mothers. We all know this. And I just threw it across the table and boom, done. And so then shortly after, right after, I went to find a vegan restaurant, and there was Loving Hut. And if anyone's been to a Loving Hut, I don't know if they still have them, but the Loving Hut has those books, and they're really, really powerful. And I saw all the impacts that animal agriculture had on the environment and our health. And so I was like, wow, this is crazy, And at that time, 16 years ago, there wasn't anything on health. I thought I might die being vegan, but because I didn't know anyone at the time, but I just saw a trail of blood. If I was going to die, whether it was 20, 30 years, 50 years, 60 years, if I was continuing eating animals, I'd see a trail of blood on that path. And I said, well, you know what, even if it's 6 months to a year, and I really thought this, and I could live, and that was it, at least I would stop that trail of blood and destruction and have that, peaceful ending. And then, going to my first animal rights conference, I saw a lot of things that were happening at the time, and a lot of it was grassroots things. And I imagined what I could do to help animals, in particular, as fast as possible. And then my passion for film. I was working on film before that. I wanted to make a film on just anything. And I realized, film is such a powerful medium of activism. So then, we'll do it this way too. I'll speed up here. Then I started working on Cowspiracy and working on outlines. And I was working on that for years. I had basically a general outline. I'd worked with different people. But the big thing I want to say is that I didn't know if I wasn't hoping that there was going to be a film, it was no matter what, there was going to be a film made, and it was Cowspiracy. And at that time, it was going to be on the environment and on health and on ethics. And after working with different filmmakers and, this and that, 6 years later, developing some tools, going to yoga teacher training, I'm like, I need some tools, kind of like working on how to make myself just align with this manifestation. And then right after I did a 30-day Kundalini yoga teacher training, right when I came back, I was just like tapped in. And 10 days later, I did a post on Craigslist and I met Keegan. And I just want to say, and I'll pass it over to you for a second. I met Keegan. He thought I was an undercover CIA or something, because he was rightfully so paranoid at the time, because he was a particularly hardcore kind of undercover, I'll say undercover, but a hardcore vegan, activist, animal activist, and I wasn't. And then 10 months later, after this, we finished Cowspiracy. And I just want to say too, I was 40 years old, and that was something that it took me a long time I saved up money to make Cowspiracy. Took me 10 years to save that money up. We made it for $40,000. And that just shows the impact, that persistence, dedication, and as we were talking about Jane and Celeste before, manifestation powers, knowing, not hoping, not trying, knowing it was going to happen, and believing in persistence, and then being open to reading the universe of like, okay, that person's not it, move on. Okay, oh, and then Keegan, it was like, okay, this is an alignment, let's do it.
Yeah, yeah, it's pretty amazing that how much time went into making the film before, we started actually making the film. And so it's like, yeah, I like to brag about the fact that we made the film in 10 months, but really it's like, yeah, no, this film took, 6-7 years to make. And that's the reality, is that doing projects like this does take a lot of time. It takes a lot of effort, but with a lot of focus, you can get amazing things done. And so we were able to, in 10 months, get this film from first time meeting to premiering, which was pretty amazing. Especially the longer I've worked in documentaries, the more I see that 10 months is breakneck speed for sure. When I Kip, jokes about that I thought he was a cop, I still don't know if Kip's a cop. I was very paranoid. I was doing a lot of undercover work at the time, going into farms. I just finished my first documentary called Turlock, which is about one of the largest animal rescues in U.S. history, of a factory egg farm that had gone out of business. And I was looking for other projects to work on, and just came across this kind of weird cryptic ad on Craigslist. And it wasn't clear if it was like pro meat or anti meat. It was about happy meat, and it was pretty amazing. Pretty amazing that like we were able to achieve what we were able to achieve, and then the response from the film, which I think is what we'd really like to talk about, is greater than I could have ever imagined. And Kip is much better at imagining the world he wants to see and visualizing it. So was the response that we got from the film, did you picture that?
I was really in the flow of it had to happen, and I didn't really think about that too much. But as I shared with you, I believed it was so shocking, the things that we were finding out. And then definitely because I was working on a little bit before, and I these facts that I was finding before we even met, and again, the Loving Hut, I was just like, if people know this, they're going to be blown away. And then it was really meeting Keegan, and then it really hit me when Keegan, we were filming all these things, not watching any of the footage. And Keegan put the first mini kind of rough trailer that's actually very similar to the trailers today. I think that first one is almost, and when I saw it, I said, we got something here. I felt it, and I felt it was something special, and what was in there. Somehow this is going to be, it's the truth, and you can hide the truth so long, or there's only a few things you can hide. Was it for only so long, actually, I don't want to, what is that? The sun and the moon, but you can't hide it. You can't hide the truth for so long. And so it was a matter of time. One interesting thing I want to add to this, and we can kind of go into the effects since then, is what was funny is Cowspiracy was going to be on environment, health, and ethics. And the first edit actually was. I think we found the old first edit, and it'd be fun to release that this sometime. It's not the best, but we had what is a spiritual way to kill an animal. We had a lot more on health. And as people know now, we have Christspiracy coming out, and that explores that. And a funny thing is the name Cowspiracy originally, the funny thing about the word cowspiracy is that it was a funny term that I had this vision of that in a funny way, that the cows are on a jihad. They are sacrificed. They have come to take over the planet subconsciously or consciously, or someone has put this into their beings, and they're going to repopulate, make us addicted to their flesh, make all humans addicted to their flesh and super addicted to their secretions. And they're going to take over the world like a virus, and they're going to destroy all as you've seen in Cowspiracy, the rainforest, the water, the wildlife, and then our health, and destroy it. And they're going to win. And they were getting really close to that actualization until we met, Keegan and I met, and we're like, we are reversing this. I mean, that was our goal. The buck stops here. And so I feel moving forward, that film was a big game transformer. It really was. I feel, now moving into what the impacts was, I was looking into data, what was happening in 2013, 14, kind of going back, Chat GPT, Google searching and stuff. And what was happening was nothing. And the stages of a movement is first they ignore you, then they laugh at you, then they fight you, then it actualizes. It was beyond even ignoring. It was like it was crickets. It wasn't even mentioned. And so this film really started the sprout, the seed that happened in a pretty big way. And today, 10 years later, whether you want to agree with it or not agree with it, it's talked about everywhere. It's argued and it's discussed and it's all over the place. So I'll pass the mic to you, Keegan. I'll keep it going.
Yeah, it is amazing. There was, very few environmentalists who were talking about this issue. Very few even animal rights groups that were talking about the environmental impact because it wasn't their main focus. PETA had a campaign. I think Mercy for Animals had a campaign about the environmental impacts, and obviously John Robbins' books had talked about it, and we actually pulled from his books. But as far as the mainstream, it wasn't really talked about. It wasn't part of like the zeitgeist. And Cowspiracy, I think, hit this like perfect time for audiences. People were starting to be aware of the environmental impact that we were having on the planet. And things like Inconvenient Truth, which we reference in the film, was getting people really aware on a mainstream level about climate change and what we were doing to the world. And so I think Cowspiracy was just the right time. 10 years ago, people weren't talking about animal agriculture. And if people talked about food, it was just focused on like local, like, oh, just eat local. And it wasn't really about what we were eating. And so I think that not only were audiences ready for it, but it was also the film industry was ready for it too. That Netflix was at a place 10 years ago where they were licensing a lot of films, they were buying a lot of films, they were putting a lot of films online. And so we just slid it perfectly in, because it's like, if that film had been 2 or 3 years earlier, probably wouldn't have had the same sort of impact. And if it had been 2 or 3 years later, it might not have the same impact. And so it's like, 10 years ago was a really critical time for getting this information out there and for people to be ready to accept the film.
Yeah, and we feel, I always say this, I don't know if Keegan, you really feel this, we've said that the animals are the producers. They're the executive producers. I've talked about this quite a bit in some talks, but like I had a very deep spiritual experience that happened a few years before meeting Keegan. I was already on my vegan path, and animal rights was a big, big thing for me, but I didn't know how to do it. And I felt very alone. I felt disheartened, angry. It had to be done now. And I had a spiritual experience without getting the details. And it was a very strong epiphany that the billions of animals were with me. It could carry through me this very troubling specific time, and it was like the billions and trillions of animals were talking to me like, yes, you are on the path. We are here. We're with you all the time, and you are on the path, and we're here to support you, and you're protected. And then that led into meeting Keegan. And as Keegan said, there's something about that specific time. It's a zeitgeist, you know, and in 2012, I strongly believe, which is kind of a funny story too. Partly, what happened in 2012 when a lot of people thought the planet was going to end, if anyone knows that, I was one of them. I watched a David Icke video, if anyone knows him, around 2009. And it was very scary about the planet was going to either die or something was going to happen in 2012. And I prepared to die, and I resolved things kind of like when you're going to die. I resolved any issues I had with family, friends, and this and that. And then after that didn't happen, or right around that, about a year before, I realized it's a transformation. We've now entered the Aquarian age, and it's a new time that we're in. It's a new consciousness that we're in. And I can't remember, you know, because I haven't looked in it recently. Almost every tradition, every spiritual tradition, every culture around the world, whether it's indigenous or now, there's a specific thing around 2012. And so it's not coincidence that Cowspiracy happened. We released it in 2014. We were making it in 2013 and 14. And there's basically this spiritual awakening that's happening at a very, very rapid pace. So it is very serendipitous that and meant to be happening, and then the animals leading the way. And then I do feel, you know, what was interesting about, you know, you saying that, Keegan, about the timing. Then What the Health came a few years later, and no one had been talking about health and veganism unless it was like, you are going to die in being vegan. And I was one of them just a few years earlier. And so if that came a few years earlier, a few years later, you know, I don't know if that would have the impact. So then it opened up this another like portal and this another explosion of consciousness into the mass, you know, that became massively mainstream. I mean, I don't know how many athletes became vegan to this day. Louis Armstrong, all these NBA players, Louis Armstrong, Louis, Lewis Hamilton, some of the best NBA players, on and on and on. And then Tom Ford, who's you know, vegan, the #1 in the fashion world. Novak, the #1 tennis player. I mean, it goes on and on. And so that was really special timing with that, with What the Health.
Yeah, I mean, Cowspiracy, there was a lot of like serendipitous things too that happened. I don't know if we've ever really talked about the other director who wanted to come on as an executive producer. Do you want to talk about that at all?
Yeah.
And then how that led to the next. Well, yeah. So just there was thing after thing. Kip and I's meeting felt serendipitous. How fast we were able to get the film done. Where I was at in my film career at the time. And thanks to Richard Openlander, he connected us with James Cameron, you know, one of the world's most prolific and profitable filmmakers of all time. And he saw an early edit of the film thanks to Dr. Openlander, and he wanted to come on as an executive producer, which was amazing. You know, this is like a huge Academy Award-winning filmmaker wants to be executive producer on our film. And we worked with him and his team for quite a while. And his team was, you know, obviously they want to protect him and they wanted to fact check the film, which we were all totally open to, but it was really delaying the film. We were getting bogged down, and Kip and I felt this real sense of urgency that we needed to get it out. And we kept kind of pushing his team. And again, Jim Cameron's awesome. It has been nothing but amazing to us, but it was a struggle with his team. And so we got to this place where we're like, we're going to have to turn them down because we need to get this film out. Like it was so important to us that we were going to turn down, you know, money and prestige and, you know, this connection because we just felt like it needed to be done. And we ended up doing it. We ended up saying, hey, this is taking too long. We need to do this on our own. And Cameron was really supportive. He said, that's, you know, totally appreciate that, guys. Like, good for you as artists sticking to your guns. And we were like, guys, this doesn't make sense. And then within a month, I get an email from someone who works for Leonardo DiCaprio and says, hey, he saw a screener of your film and wants to be an executive producer. And then that whole thing happened, which was crazy that like Leonardo DiCaprio, who is one of the biggest movie stars of all time, saw the film and put his name on it and took the film to Netflix. And we ended up on Netflix in very, very large part due to Leonardo DiCaprio taking it to them. And then it just continued from there on.
Yeah. And as far as like, maybe we can go in a little bit of just going back to Cowspiracy and maybe with health, I think is interesting of asking you, Keegan, just a couple things. What was the most interesting thing that you, on our journey of making that film, Keegan knew a lot about what we were embarking on. In fact, when we were even finished making the film, I would pass the mic to him, even to this day. He's just so incredibly knowledgeable about the subject, about most subjects, but particularly this one. And so he knew a lot. He taught me a lot. It was particularly for me about the horses. That was very new to me. But anyway, Keegan, what was the most shocking thing that maybe you learned around that time?
It was the scale of it. I knew that animal agriculture was one of the leading causes of environmental destruction, but I didn't realize how big and how pervasive it was into literally everything. It was like anything you could care about in the environmental world, animal agriculture had an impact and was probably the most destructive thing facing it. So it was the scale that was most shocking to me. Yeah, that was definitely, and that built in that sense of urgency too. It was that like, oh, I know that's bad, but when you find out something's really, really bad, then it's like, okay, we have to do something right now. But what about for you? What was the most shocking thing?
The horses was, when they round up the horses, I didn't know that was something that happened. And then that goes into the domino
For
effect.
those who don't know, what do you mean by rounding up the horses?
Maybe you could share it because when I met Keegan, he was deep into this particular activism and documenting.
So cows are allowed to graze on federal lands, public lands in the United States, and there's wild horses who are federally protected. And the government rounds up the horses in mass to make room for more cows. And they do this, to the detriment of the ecology and obviously the detriment of those wild animals. And that goes on purely because of the livestock industry.
Yeah, and what was interesting about that is that just showed the domino effect that if it happens, that it just extends and it goes to every thing, every corner and little nook and cranny in the world, and then you go into social issues and the slaughterhouse workers that we go into more in the next the films after that. And that was just really blown me away. And I think a thing that was interesting for me, I didn't ever really thought about too much the difference between factory farming and free range, grass fed, because it was just starting, 10 years, it was just starting to become a thing, grass fed versus factory farm. That's how fast, how long ago it was. And at that time, I realized shockingly, because I was like, oh, factory farm is the worst, that free range, happy, grass fed, whatever you want to call it, those farms are far more destructive than factory farms overall. For the individual being, it is more sad, the factory farm. But if you look at a scale of how much it affects the wildlife, because it comes down to land use, the destruction of the Amazon rainforest, and then it's not just that trees get killed, how many animals get displaced and killed. And to this day, a really thing that irks me the most recently is about that people are even talking about regenerative animal farming and regenerative soil, common ground, these films that are just so absurd because we addressed it in Cowspiracy, but it was so absurd at that time, the Alan Savory myth, that we barely just kind of brushed over it. And maybe we could have done a little bit more deeper on that, but how ridiculous and how destructive organic, grass-fed, free-range animals are versus factory farm. Maybe you can go a little bit.
Too.
Yeah, Cowspiracy too. I'm always begging Keegan about that particular one, and that's something that can be proven. It's not something it's literally can be a proven scientific study. And I have a few people, in particularly Costa Rica and a few other ones, that are actually willing to possibly do it, where you take 5 to 10 acres of regenerative, whatever you want to call it, veganic farming, 10 acres, 20 acres, 30 acres of any amount of animals you want. And we'll test it over 1 year, 3 years, 5 years, the soil, the amount of food, on and on and on.
Yeah,
But that was
yeah.
something that shocked me.
Yeah. Well, what about the positives on the release of this film and the impact? What was the thing that was most shocking to you about the release?
What I was really stoked on is, we got asked to talk. It was at the EU, the United Nations, or the EU.
It was the
How
European Union.
how global it got. It was a film that was in the US, and we barely even traveled, honestly. We only are with our budget. But I was kind of just thinking my American, it's a green, I live in Mexico now, gringo world. And then when the film came out, the amount of inquiries that were coming. I went to Sweden, and a big part that they told me of, because of Cowspiracy, they're one of their, if not their biggest film festival of the year. It's a music festival, and I can't remember what it's called right now. The entire festival is vegetarian, and I think most of it was vegan. And I'm talking like 60, 80,000 people. And so it was these things that happened over and over and over, how global this got. And that was really exciting to see. It got, and was interesting too. It would explode in like Portugal. I remember one time, all of a sudden we got the biggest celebrity in Portugal reached out. And then, so it was massive in Portugal. And then like a couple months later, it was massive in Sweden. And so each country had their like explosions of, consciousness that happened through this film. And that was exciting to see how global it got. How about for
Yeah, that
you?
was pretty amazing. Yeah, there's just so many surreal things, but the thing that I kind of go back to is that we did I think it was a 4-day campaign, and maybe I'm mixing things up, but we had something like 40,000 people sign up for our 30-day vegan challenge in less than a week. It was like 4 or 5 days. And that to me, like, as a long time grassroots activist who has tried every type of activism to try and influence people, the thought that I was involved in something that inspired 40,000 plus people to try veganism. And those are just through the people who signed up through our website. There was millions and millions of other people who tried veganism because of the film. But just to have a tangible number like that was incredible to me. And honestly, that's a number that I hold on to a lot, because as an activist, it's hard to know if what you're doing is having an impact. So much of this is transitory. So much of it is, you just don't know. You pass a leaflet. Does that person going to go vegan? You have a conversation with somebody. You just never know where those seeds are going to take root. And for this film, to be able to have those tangible numbers was massive for me.
Yeah. Yeah. And so as far as the other question, I think it's interesting. What was the most difficult thing that you experienced filming Cowspiracy?
Other than working with you?
Yeah, that's all. That's all. Yeah, we got to scratch that one off.
No, working with you was actually pretty amazing. The most difficult thing, honestly, about making this film was knowing the urgency of it, feeling like I couldn't take time off. I sacrificed so much of my life during the process of making that film and a bunch of other films, because just that sense of urgency. And then, when we had to witness non-human animals suffering, at dairy farms, and the ducks being killed, and the animals that were involved, that was obviously the most difficult part. What about for you, Kip?
Yeah, and for me, it was when we went to the dairy farm. I think maybe too, even looking back, when I went vegan like that, it was because I saw in that video, I think I didn't know, just one of those, that's why I've become a lot more empathetic to people who aren't vegan, because they just don't know. Because I always have to remind myself, I just did not know. I never saw a cow, is a baby calf being taken away from her mother. And I never saw that it running after it. And then it had to happen 5 times. And then, and then being slaughtered after that. Just something about that just made it so much meta. You know, we're like, there's one thing about an animal being raised for meat and getting slaughtered, but to have that happen. And then, so what it really hit me is going to the most, you know, when we asked that organic farm, it was at Clover, I think, you know, one of the most, you know, highly regarded organic dairy farms in the world, let alone the country, in the world. They let us film their best. That was their best example of an organic dairy farm. Free range, hundreds of acres, everywhere they go. But when we got there, I'd never been around really cows that much. And if anyone's been around them, as I'm sure a lot of these people you've been who's listening, these cows are 1,000 pounds, 800, whatever, maybe then 600, and they're massive beings. They just have a lot of energy. And there's a reason why they're holy cows. They have a certain energy about them. When we went there was around 150 to 250 mothers, and you could just feel the weight. I could feel the weight of their trauma and their depression, and they're just, oh, I just mentally felt sad. And then I look up, and they had all the calf crates, the veal crates of all the baby cows up on the hill, just enough so the all the cows could get close enough, but not too close. And so 2 times a day they would get milked. And when they weren't milked and had to be all just milked, and it was just a horrific, that was a horrific thing in itself. When they weren't, they would all go up to the hill as close as they could to all of these hundreds of calves that were crying, and they would just stay there. And then 6 hours later or 12 hours later, they would bring them back down. And it was just, that's when it hit me just how sad that was. And so that was the hardest part I've seen. And that's when it really hit me, the dairy industry. I didn't thought too much about that, but that was the saddest thing. And then it just to this day for me, and all of the things that, you know, there's so many angles to go on the animal rights movement and this and that. For me, dairy and that aspect of it is the saddest thing. And I think, you know, seeing that firsthand really solidified that.
Yeah. Yeah. The mother connection that's it for me. And like, that was enough reason to go vegan. And I think it's honestly one of the best angles to talk about when we talk about veganism, because it allows us to talk about the environment, it allows us to talk about ethics, and allows us to talk about health. And it just with one species and just one exploitation of that species. So yeah, it was heavy, and I think it's an important part of the film too, because it was the best of the best. And I think that was a really important part of Cowspiracy, is that we almost brush over factory farming. We're like, and Kip was pretty clear on this. He's like, and it was a lot of the work that I was doing at the time too, was investigations into free range and grass fed and humane farms. Was like, all right, everybody agrees that factory farming is bad, right? Like, we can all just accept that. So let's just focus on the best, the good farms, the regenerative, the grass fed, the organic, and just show how bad that is. And, you know, I see this comment in here from Ray, and, you know, Ray said when he saw it, he tried to debunk it. And we had so many people who saw the film and they had this resistance. They wanted to believe that they could eat meat and dairy and eggs from sustainable places and humane places and feel good about it. And the amazingness of that film was that people wanted to fight it and tried to fight it, but like, the truth wins. And you see the information in that film, you know, heavily critiqued, but it's all peer-reviewed data. It's all available on cowspiracy.com/facts. Like, you could see every single study. And we knew that was something that the film was going to be attacked for, was for its research. And so we had independent fact checkers. Leonardo DiCaprio's team fact checked the film. We knew that this film had to be bulletproof. And yeah, people definitely shots fired at the film.
Yeah. So, should we talk about the impact since then? Some facts about that.
Yeah.
I mean, it's come a long way in only 10 years. Again, this was something that was not talked about at all, the environmental impacts of animal agriculture. And now it's everywhere. It is fully mainstream. And that's really, really powerful. I feel too, you know, some of the things, I was looking up some data, what's happened just in the last 10 years is that we were talking about the market growth of plant-based foods. That's something that wasn't even really a demand back then. And so now, moving forward, and this is just this is a fact just in 2019, the plant-based industry is $12.1 billion in 2019. And I think, 5 years before that, it was just a fraction of that. 12.1 billion in 2019. In just 3 years from now, it's going to jump up, predicted to 74 billion. 12 billion to 74 billion. That is a massive, massive exponential increase. And those are the types of data that when you look at, you say, this is a tidal wave. We sometimes look at a year or two where it kind of has, a step back in any movement. Feel that's happened. I feel a lot of vegans in the last couple years. I think probably because there's such a big swell of Cowspiracy and then What the Health and then Game Changers. And it was massive. And there's been kind of a dip and kind of a rebuttal, if you will, for the carnivore movement. And they've had kind of a window. But I feel what's happening now between Christspiracy coming out and these other films coming out. And also too, I think we should talk a little bit about, a little bit about the cell lab grown meat, and that is coming very soon. I feel that's going to be a massive, massive boom for animal rights. But then also things that have happened as well is people have identified as vegan, it was around 1 or 2%, 1% in 2012. And in the UK and some places, we've seen a jump of around 4 to 5% in places. That's unheard of. And what I look at when I look at data is young generation. Right now, the recent studies that we've looked at for the Gen Z and the millennials, some studies show up to 5% are vegan, but as far as people calling them plant-based is a lot. And that is the generation that's taking over, that's taking over the movement. And it, we've released the consciousness in the ethers, and now it's prevalent. And so these new little beings, this next generation, they take everything in and they're processing it, and the truth prevails. And as the truth prevails, as they become more adults and more become into power, it's going to just be incorporated. So it's not a matter of if, it's a matter, or not a matter of if or when. It is already happening. It's happening at a rapid rate. Do you want to share a couple other things that you've seen?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, we veganism was really about animal rights prior, and then there's a plant-based movement, right, which was much more focused on health, and there wasn't really this sort of like concerted effort behind the environment. And there was Veganuary did a study in 2021, and of the participants, 39% said the reason why they went vegan was because of concerns about the environment. It's like, over a third of people were going vegan because of concerns over the environment. And the cool thing is that there's a direct connection back to Cowspiracy. So we know that Cowspiracy has continued to have an impact. We've also seen researchers around the world. There was a University of Denmark, or a university in Denmark, that did I believe it was a student's master's thesis on the environmental impact of Cowspiracy and how it was influencing behavior changes in Denmark. There's a recent analysis that just came out in the last year, I believe from the University of Georgia, who looked at the role that Cowspiracy has had on the environmental movement and on behavior change, and again, ultimately extremely positive. And so we've gotten to see really cool things like that, where we can say tangibly that Cowspiracy played a role versus just anecdotally. Scientific proof, and I love science. I like peer-reviewed science, and so it's really cool to see scientists doing research based on the impact of our film and finding that it's one of the most impactful things that is pushing the environmental conversation towards sustainable food choices.
And I feel too, with one of the best, looking at other data points and the exciting things that you see, that studies show that why this movement, again, maybe it's not going to be 100% of the people in the world will become vegan, just like 100% of the people aren't going to be, not racist or not, homophobic. These other movements, they've come a long ways. There's a ways to go. But some exciting other data that I've seen that I'll just share a big one, a massive one at the core. In 2020, they did a study and they found that 89% of Americans are worried about the impacts of factory farming, which means they're concerned about animal welfare. 89%. That is nearly everyone. Everyone is concerned about factory farm, not only for health concerns, but I feel for animal welfare. 50%, nearly 50%, they did a study, are against slaughterhouses. And so when looking back at another similar movement, that kind of seems like, sometimes we feel like this movement's kind of just, is it growing? Is it just stagnant? When you look at the civil rights movement, in the 1950s, around 1955, they did a study, or they did a survey. And after Brown versus the Board of Education, which was a massive win for the civil rights movement, that segregating schools was illegal. After that, thinking it's a big win, there's major pushback. And they did a survey after that in 1955 around 80% of people were against it. 80%. And then 10 years later, Martin Luther King comes along, Malcolm X comes along, and you have two sides of this movement. One is, very nonviolent. The other side is kind of filling up the entire spectrum of the movement, which I feel us as animal rights have done a good job of. There's a huge spectrum, which for me personally, I feel is important. That's why I never judge anyone. Just do what you want to do, because I feel you have to hit all different angles. But just 10 years later, after Martin Luther King and his Civil War, and particularly after his I Had a Dream speech, there was consciousness, there was a trip that kind of happened, and this is only 10 years later, and then it exponentially increased, went from 80% against to flipping that around, and only in 10 to 20 years, flipping that into, again, it took a lot longer for that, still to this day. But there's a certain thing that happens where it bubbles, and then something happens, and then it hits. And sometimes it takes 10 or 20 years. So I feel Cowspiracy with Health, these different things, and everyone in the movement that's listening to this, that has already happened. And so if you have a nation and you have a world that 90% of people care about other animals, the core, that's who they are. And then they're against slaughterhouses. It's just now a matter of actualizing itself that it's already happened. So it's not a matter of if. That's a really exciting data point that I saw.
Yeah, it is. And I think the multi-prong approach is really important, because a message isn't necessarily going to resonate. One message isn't going to resonate with everybody. Like, I think in our core, we all know that killing animals doesn't feel good, right? Like, you have to be conditioned into killing animals. But if we go with just the ethics argument, we lose a lot of people. And if we go just with health, we lose a lot of people. And if we go just the environment, we don't necessarily hit everybody. And so I think having this really multi-pronged approach, and what we've tried to do with the films, and all the films behind me, is trying to hit at different angles, because you can't have one message to rule them all. And we've gotten to see the impacts of this whole movement working together. We're not always together, but working towards the same goal. It's like we're all on the same team, and we don't necessarily always get along with our team members, but to remember that we're all going towards the same goal. We're all trying to achieve the same goal, ideally, which is total liberation. It's animal liberation, and it's liberation of ourselves and everyone. And we've seen a global rise in veganism. We've seen there's a survey done in 2019 that showed that 37% of Gen Zers choose plant-based options when they have that option over eating animal options. And that's huge, right? Like, the next generation coming up is just making conscious decisions to eat more plant-based. Well, that just gets us even closer to that goal. And so it's very inspiring to see how many people, and particularly a younger community, who has resonated with this message, because they want to see, they're younger too, and so they're like, hey, I got to live on this planet. Oh, it needs to be a livable planet for me. And that's been awesome to see that it continues. That even though this film's 10 years old, there are still people today who are finding out it from the first time. Like, I got a message last week from somebody, and I'm sure you hear from it even more, Kip, being the face of the films. They were like, oh my God, I just saw your film Cowspiracy, like I've gone vegan. It's like, man, that film's 10 years old. And it's like, and it's still having an impact, which is amazing.
Yeah. And I want to address too about, being on the same team. I feel it's important to share that, with I always loved sharing the story of Keegan, how he went vegan. He was, I mean, I'm maybe paraphrasing this, but or not exactly the story, but I think it was something that basically at a hardcore punk concert or listening to hardcore, I'm talking like death metal, hard, wah, 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 wah. And a lot of these punk rock, which Keegan comes from, is anarchist and a hardcore vegan. And how old were you, Keegan?
I was 11 when I heard
11 years
Crisis.
old, and this man was yelling, screaming violently, disruptive thinking. Da 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 da. I don't know exactly the words were, but most people would be like, God, this is horrible. This is making veganism so horrible. And like, good Lord, this is a crazy guy, talking about the punk rock. What kind of activism is this? This is taking our movement 10 steps back, because now they're going to think we're crazy and violent and just, terrorists. But it made Keegan click on a switch and vegan. Now look what he's done. One person, look behind him, what he's done. How many animals they say, the impact, one person, because that's what affected this 11-year-old kid. And for me, it was something different. And so I think it's so important to be so compassionate to other people in the movement, whether you don't agree with DXC or direct action, or someone who's fully nonviolent, or someone who's fully too political and they're trying to get it through the politics. Do you never know what's going to resonate with that one person who's like a Keegan, or someone who's like that at someone else? And again, our target, I feel, our big demographic is now not only Gen Z, but now Alpha. The next generation is Alpha. You don't know what's going to affect them. So just support whatever they're doing. Say, I don't really agree it. I don't see it, but hey, as long as you're doing something. And the big thing I want to say is I love telling this fact about, they did a study of movements and social transformation, that you only need 10% of a social network, of a social group of people, whether that's a school or whether that's a civilization or whatever. Only 10% of that group of people has to believe that something is going to happen. Believe. They don't have to be, say, in our rights, they don't have to be vegan, they don't have to be vegetarian, they could be a full carnivore, but they believe that this movement is going to happen and it's inevitable. And I believe in our movement, sometimes we have a lot of people who don't necessarily believe that this is happening, or it already has happened, the shift has happened. Where I feel a lot of them, the animal agriculture, believes this, and they are scared shitless because they see this data, they see this study, they see 50% of people against slaughterhouses, they say 90% of people against factory farms. They believe it a lot more than people in our movement. So they're contributing to this movement, whether they know it or not, because thoughts become things. The world does not know the energy of that. I like this or I don't like this. It just knows energy. And that's how a person like Donald Trump gets into power. The hate or the for, it just knows energy. So as long as energy is put into this movement, you got to believe. And that's the one thing I feel we can all, join together. However you're doing that, it's one way, but just we have to believe that this has happened, already has happened. We're living in a vegan world. The carnists, as Melanie Joy says, they're the outliers. We're the normal human beings right now. And it happened in 2012. We're the conscious ones. So, and the one last thing I'll pass it is, I think it's a fun shift that I've felt in the last couple of years working on Christspiracy, getting in these spiritual debates where some of my friends, they're carnivore yogis, and they're like, I can't eat meat because this and that. And then there's some studies coming out, whatever kind of studies, that it's a frequency and a vibration, that you don't necessarily need to eat animals. And so now I used to fight with them like, oh, you can get your nutrients. Then I'm like, it's okay. You're going to get to that frequency, that vibrational frequency level where you'll vibrate and align with who you've always meant to be. Some people are already at that stage, and being compassionate with someone aren't there. It sounds kind of cocky, so you have to be careful when you're doing that way. But the people who are some of my friends who are very cocky, I say it in that way, and it's fun because there's no debate. Then it's like, you'll get there. So I'm kind of going diverting there. But anyway, back to you, Keegan. What do you have to share about?
Yeah, yeah, it's I think it's every tool is needed, and I try and work really hard not to criticize others in this movement, because as you said, you never know what's going to work, right? And I've tended to be more attracted towards the more fringe parts of this movement and the more boundary pushing things. And I've had a lot of the movement say that I was wrong. And then we've actually had people, say that about Cowspiracy and what the health has said up that our films were actually bad for this movement. We had Jake Conroy, the cranky vegan, said that Cowspiracy hurt the environmental movement because we created division. That's like, well, I'd have to argue with it against you, Jake. Like the data actually shows the opposite, that it's actually done more to push this conversation into the environmental space, and it's brought the animal rights community with it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's bad for the story they were proposing, which was that, it's all fossil fuels. Don't look at anything else.
Yeah.
I don't know, Celeste, you're going to come and say that. I would like to say maybe going into the, where I feel where I feel really, really stoked and grateful for is, and again, is Celeste, you and Jane were talking about this, and I feel it's okay to disagree. And I don't know, Keegan, we haven't talked too much about the lab grown meat and the cell based meat. I look at this a big picture. And at the bottom line, if there's ways to save millions and millions of animals, and I feel what's happening with the cell-based meat and the lab-grown meat, as that explodes, there's now a connection that you are eating animal flesh. And I feel it's kind of like, I used to be against meatless Mondays. And then I'm like, oh, I get it. Now a 12-year-old kid has Monday where he has to say, wait, why am I not eating meat? And then they have to tell them why. And so now it's this conversation of, are you going to eat cell-based meat? Is that weird? Or animal flesh that's been killed and slaughtered and tortured and blood? Like this has, now you have this connection to that you're eating animal flesh, which is so bizarre. And my parents, as Jane was kind of saying, like, they're not going to eat Beyond Meat that much because it's still fake meat, but they're going to eat a cell-based meat because it's an animal. It's actual the same thing. And I feel that is going to save millions and billions to trillions of animals. Jane put that one on fish. And so I'm not going to eat it, but I am very grateful for that coming in. And I feel that's going to make this movement of compassion. There's going to be another word. If someone eats lab grown meat and nothing else, they're going to, what's the word? Like they'll never eat an animal. They'd be called a compassionist or something. There's going to be a new word for it. But I'm pretty stoked for that. And I know it's controversial. What are your thoughts on that, Keegan? Do you have
I could go on and on, but I think we're out of time.
I do want to say I'm super stoked more than anything on fermented mushrooms. I feel mushroom is a super one, but I know we are out of time. So
yeah, there's a question in the chat. How do we raise our vibrations to put out the right energy?
How do we raise our vibrations? I'll say one thing on that real quick one. When I was working on this for 5 to 6 years, I was kind of stumbling and I had a lot of anger and I just on and on. What really helped me is getting a daily yoga, meditation practice. And it's one of clearing and cleansing, getting all the cookies out. We are kind of like, hardware and software where things that happen, we see in the news, whatever, clearing the cookies and resetting yourself to focus on the vision, what our purpose is, in gratitude, visualizing the day, seeing it already happen, and being in full gratitude for who surrounding. I do that every day. And once I started doing that, I feel raising my vibration. And that's literally how I met Keegan. Once I started doing that. And to this day, I owe so much to that of my daily sadhana practice. It is massive. There's one thing you can do. I say do that that's what helped me.
Yeah, at first when you said getting all the cookies, I thought you were going to stop eating cookies. That's a good way to put it. So, Keegan, did you have something to say?
Yeah, I function on a different vibe, and mine. I had a activist friend of mine. He actually wrote me while he was in prison, and he said, "Anger is like gasoline. It's amazing. It can get you really far if you're not careful to blow up in your face." And sadly, so much of my life in activism has been functioning from not necessarily a high vibration, but a burning gasoline rage of we have to stop this. So not the best person to talk about raising the vibration.
Well, that's a powerful vibration, though. You know, that's a very
Yeah, it's powerful.
Yeah.
It's powerful. Yeah.
But for me, you never came across as an angry man. Whenever I met
Oh,
you.
I hide it so well.
Yeah, that's the irony. I know it's irony. The Keegan's like one of the nicest people I've ever met. And listen to his music, though. You'll see. You'll see it.
I see. Okay. Yeah.
That's it.
Another question, or are we gonna?
No, thank you so much. We are out of time now, but thank you so much. It was a fascinating discussion, and really, you changed millions of lives, and it's my privilege to know you. You know.
Yeah, and
thank you
for those who don't know, Dr. Rao is a co-executive producer of Cowspiracy and What the Health, and has been an incredible supporter of our work for over a decade. So we are, of course, indebted to you as a fellow activist, a fellow Earthling, and we are so grateful for all the work that you do.
Yeah, I was just going to say the same thing, and the vision that you have and the manifestation powers you have, on and on. So thank you. You know, we're all doing this together, everyone here. So thank you, everyone.
Yeah. Thank you all.
All right.
Now, Tammy is going to close us out.
Thank you, everyone. Wow. We're in the middle of a beautiful, beautiful weekend. And Kip was speaking my language at the end of this. The power of imagining as if it has already happened. And there's a beautiful saying that I've lived by for many, many years, and it goes, what is in the way is the way. So whenever something's going on in my life, or whenever something's going on in our life, and it feels like there's something in the way, it's the way. It has the capacity to lead us into something of deeper self-knowledge. And it is from that place, and you heard Kip say that at the end, that we are fueled by the possibilities. When we go inside and we really source, as he said, our message from the universe, we get a little quieter, we get a little bit deeper into our listening, and that's where our creative energy comes forth. So I was listening and being present to all of our great speakers today, and I wrote a little something. So I would just invite us to really thank ourselves, to put our hands on our heart and just really thank ourselves. If you feel comfortable, you can close your eyes, for being here and being part of this movement, this solution, this beingness. It's more than a movement. It's our being now. It's our essence. It's who we are. It's why we get up in the morning. And let's just breathe into that. Let's just breathe this love around the planet. And there's a favorite lyric in a song by Xavier Rudd that I love. It says, imagine that we could breathe in the magic of our worth. And imagine that we can exhale everything we feel we didn't deserve. And I would invite everyone to be really present to themselves right now in such a deep, grateful, and manifesting way. As I read something that I wrote while I was listening to people speak today, and the theme of our convergence. We do not know just how the wound closed, the one that bore into our hearts when we heard those last cries of terror. Relativity of time and movement are like that. Past, future, and present as one. Support from above and below. For it was not always about that. It was always, though, about our return to love. A return to love. We knew what was in the way was the way. And we sometimes needed to agree to disagree. Yet we kept our hearts open to see compassion in action. We do not know when the loneliness ended and the smiles filled those spaces reserved for anguish. In the last woods of fleeting beings in their falling Amazon homes. We do not know the exact moment we found sacred space between the silent moans of clipped wings and tuskless faces. We just know one day it was over. All the crazy, murderous treason that happened too long for no reason. And a vegan mission was manifested just like that. And we no longer were strangers in a war-torn madland. We landed as Homo Ahimsa, people of peace, brothers and sisters, grandmothers and grandchildren, no longer weary and heart sore. Non-duality remembered, rebirthed, universal signs, synchronicities, the forgiveness of Mother Earth. And we fell to our knees, alive, in peace, in love. Let's take a few nice deep breaths, breathing out anything that might have felt too heavy or too much duality, breathing in non-duality of our connection here today. Breathing in peace for a full regenerative sleep. Breathing in gratitude for yourself for showing up today at this precious time on planet Earth. Thank you all for being here. Namaste, vegan.
Thank you, Tammy. Thank you all for being here. See you tomorrow, bright and early.
Thank you. Thank you, Sailash. Love you.
Love you all. Rebecca, I think you have to stop the custom live streaming.